Can you hear me? Hi everyone. Hi Tara. Hi Probo. Hi Leon. Hi Zero. Huh? I'm not doing too good today. I was really looking forward to this stream a few days ago, but it's just, I don't even know how to explain it. I'm sorry. I'm just going through a lot emotionally, and I'm not sure I can really explain it all. Thank you for your support. I really wanted this to be a happy stream, but I've been feeling really tense all morning, and then I don't know. I'm not in the right mood right now for the stream that I had planned. I just sorry. It's really hard to find the words. I was really tense, and then I don't know. It's just you know, sometimes you schedule a bunch of streams ahead of time, but you really have no idea what state of mind you're actually going to be in when you show up that day. That's kind of just the it's kind of the nature of things when you have mental health issues. This is the I think this is the first time I've cried on stream on my own channel, and trust me when I say it's not the only time when I felt like crying, but I'm usually pretty good at keeping it together and putting on a brave face, but today I couldn't do it. You don't have to stream if you don't feel up to it. So don't trouble yourself. If you need time to feel better, please do. The thing is, first of all, I appreciate your concern. I figured that someone would say something like that if I broke down. The thing is, if I stopped streaming right now, I would probably just go back to like like sitting or lying in a corner, like feeling sorry for myself. So I feel like I might as well try to talk it out with somebody and maybe it'll help. Streaming usually makes me feel better, even if you know, even when I show up to a stream feeling kind of worn out at the start, once the stream gets going and things pick up, I often sort of end the stream feeling better than when I started it. So if it's alright with all of you, even if I'm not my usual self today, it would mean a lot to me if you wanted to just, you know, hang out with me. I did have some fun things I wanted to talk about today, and hopefully I can still find a way to make them fun. Yeah, it's alright. Thanks, Zero. Oh, and hi, Komi. Okay. There's a... I guess I can... speaking of things that are fun, one thing that's usually fun is art. And I wanted to show something I've been working on lately. You may have seen it already if you've been poking around in this video's description, but here it is. Wait, are you ready? Are you guys ready to see this? See what this is a work in progress. It's not finished, and I rarely. This is significant because I rarely. Some artists like frequently post their works in progress on their social media and stuff. I, for one, rarely do that because I'm sort of like self-conscious about that kind of thing. I usually prefer to show off finished products whenever I can. Maybe that's something I need to work on. But yeah, Robo says I'll be here for you no matter what. Thank you. That. I'm sorry. I wish I could talk about what I'm going through, but I'm afraid of saying too much. I've started trying this around last week. There's a story behind this one. Where do I even start? I'm trying to explain it. I need to put OBS on a different monitor. This is a work in progress. It's not finished yet. And this piece has a title. It's called It's called From You, or in Japanese. Said by Gara. The story behind this piece is that where do I even start? Honestly, it's so hard to talk right now. I had someone in mind when I drew this. It may not be all that hard to tell. I first want to tell you about how I got the inspiration for the piece. So, there's this website called VGen, and every month they hold they hold an art contest, and basically anyone they hold an art contest with a theme, and anyone can submit entries that fit the theme, and at the end of submissions will be open for the whole month, and at the end of the month there'll be a voting period where other people can vote on their favorite entries, and the top 10% of entries based on public voting will the artist whose submissions are voted in the top 10% will get artist codes or invite codes to VGen, so that they can start hosting commissions on the platform, because VGen is a platform for artists and I guess, yeah, for artists to sell commissions, with less fear of getting scammed and stuff, because everything's official and regulated and that sort of thing. And the theme for this past month was rose, in accordance with February, right, with Valentine's season. I never entered a vegan challenge before, but but I've been wanting to for a while, because I figured if I could open, if I at least had the option to start doing commissions on that platform, it could help me I don't know, raise money, save money for other things that I want to do. So it wasn't a super urgent goal. I don't have any immediate plans to start offering commissions, but I kind of wanted, it was something I wanted to do just in case. Yeah, so I drew this for February's vegan challenge. This is my first time, entering at one of their contests, and on trying to decide of a concept for my submission, I looked at some of the existing submissions near the beginning of the month, and I saw that most of them just used like red roses, and I didn't think that they were very creative overall. I felt like a lot of them relied on what I found to be like visual cliches, like red roses, and a lot of really like tried and true imagery. And I wanted to be strategic about my entry and try to find a way to make it stand out artistically. And it like randomly, like spontaneously, like kind of like occurred to me, like what if what if I made a piece with a blue rose, and then like immediately from there, like this illustration concept sort of like sprang into my mind, and like it's like it this part, I don't, how do I explain this part? Like the color blue made me think of someone in particular, and so this illustration is basically a depiction of, I think, what my reaction would be if that person were to put a flower in my hair. And that's where the title and everything comes from. Let me catch up with chat, because I haven't been reading your comments, except just seeing them pass by in the corner of my eye. Zero says blue is the best color. I'm completely unbiased, and blue is totally not my favorite color. In that case, I guess this piece has both your favorite color and my favorite color. Makes me think of it makes me think of like the end of a long, passionate dance together. That's just me. Maybe. I mean, why couldn't it be the beginning of a long, passionate dance together? I think that my being sort of cagey and evasive right now is more a formality than anything. I feel like it's just a really a false sort of like a very thin veneer of decorum, because anyone who has anyone who's been following me for a while, which is everyone in chat right now, as far as I can see, probably knows what and who I'm talking about. Picture just a break between round 1 and 2 passing. What do you mean by passing? Dancing with flowers in your hair could be fun. Also really pretty. Is it a work in progress? Yes, it is. I can actually... You want to see something that'll maybe be kind of cool? If I wanted to right now, I could turn this... Wait, what the fuck? That's the wrong layer. If I wanted to right now, I could turn this into a drawing stream. You see, I can. This is not an exported flat image. This is a window capture of Clip Studio Paint, so I can show and hide my layers. I could turn this into a drawing stream and start drawing right now. I've not, and which is kind of funny because I've never done a drawing stream before. I've like thought about it. It's not that like categorically I like refuse to do one. It's that I I guess it's I mean, one, I think I have some like performance paralysis when it comes to now that I've zoomed in, it's like popped out of the easel, so the illusion is broken, but you know, whatever. What was I trying to say? Also, I usually paint in black and white in grayscale before using gradient maps to add color. That's my secret, which a lot of serious artists out there would say that that's maybe not cheating, but it's sort of I am using like sort of a technical crutch, and that might hinder my ability to develop sort of my like color, what do you call it, like sense of color, or like something like that. I can't think of the right terminology now. I think that looks better. Wait, why is it that everything that's in grayscale gets sort of like filtered out by OBS? That's so weird. Because I swear when I hide the correction layer, it's just in grayscale. It doesn't vanish like it's showing for you guys. So weird. I don't know what's causing that. Yeah. Ta-da. Giant Tia nommed the shoulder of Tia. Is that what it looked like? No. So as I was saying, I can't remember what I was trying to say before. Okay. First this part is important. So I've submitted this artwork to the contest, and the voting period is open right now, and you are able to vote for my entry at the current moment. There's a link to my submission in the video description. The voting period ends this weekend, so I was hoping that I could ask like a small favor of you guys. If any of you have an existing VGen account, or maybe even are willing to make one, because I don't think it's difficult to set one up. I would really appreciate it if you could throw me a vote. I'm not really sure what my chances of winning are. I don't necessarily expect to win. I'm kind of hoping that while my piece isn't the most polished, because I've actually been working on this a bit since submitting the entry, submitting it, because it was due midnight on Saturday. So even if mine isn't the most polished, I'm hoping that maybe the emotions and the themes sort of represented in this piece will resonate with people enough to draw them to it. Everyone make 10 accounts. No, you can only wait. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you can only vote once, I think, with each account, but you don't need to vote 10 times. Just once is enough. I was hoping to finish this piece yesterday, or like sometime. Well, ideally, I mean, obviously the most ideal situation would have been to finish it for the contest. And then barring that, I was hoping to finish it yesterday so I could show the finished version on stream today, but I've been not feeling the best mentally and physically, and needed to take time to just try to take care of myself. And now my plan is to maybe finish it, so just in the next day or two, and post it on social media. But yeah. You don't know how many emails I have. So yeah, that so yeah, once again, believe it or not, this is a work in progress. And that was one of the things I wanted to talk about today, with the art contest. There's something else I wanted to talk about today, and I feel like it's, once again, I'm afraid of saying too much. I really don't want to hurt anyone or make anyone think badly of me, so please forgive me if I end up saying the wrong thing. But Leon says, hands up if you'd like a Tia drawing stream. You mean like right now? Wait, I was in the middle of trying to say that, I usually get performance paralysis when it comes to drawing in front of other people, which I think is a pretty common experience for artists, especially those who maybe grew up with people ridiculing their performance and not being all that supportive. So yeah, maybe that's a fear I need to get over. And also, I guess it's just, I don't, even if I were to do a drawing stream, I'm not sure what I would draw on stream, because I just think I like most of my art being a surprise for other people. I like kind of just being able to like shove a finished product into someone's face and be like, ta-da, and have them be like, oh. But it feels like there's less of that impact if I let them in on the process, and they get to see how it got from point A to point B. So most of the things that I draw, I find I want to keep a surprise, and then that just leaves me with nothing with which I can draw on stream. And maybe that'll change one day. I mean, I'm kind of doing it right now, so maybe this is the I don't know. I'm turning over a new leaf or something. Hi Tyler. Tyler says, Tia, how are you so talented with being a singer and artist? I think it's like 50% that I have a really profound and authentic interest in trying to learn and understand like what is it that makes like art and music like good, like on a technical level, like on like in objective sense, like not just in like the subjective sense of, oh, like it makes me like happy, you know, but like what sort of techniques, like what sort of colors or notes make art or music like good. And then it's also probably 50% growing up without any friends and having art and music as kind of my only emotional outlets. A depressed woman says hi. I feel that. Oh, thank you. You're all being so kind. Oh, and also Zero said, could have told me it was the finished product, I'd believe you. Well, I guess. I mean, I guess. Yeah. I guess to my credit, I did. I feel like I at least tried to get it to a point where I could where it could pass for a finished product before submitting it on a Saturday night, even if it wasn't quite up to my own standards. So that's probably what you're picking up on. I tried really hard to do things like at least finish some rough line art and like fill in all the base colors so that there weren't any like white gaps in between the lines and stuff. You know what I mean? So there's this right, so at risk of saying too much or saying the wrong thing, now that we're all here and the ball has already started rolling, so there's this guy and there was this debate, and the debate was with the guy, and the debate lasted like 2 or 3 weeks or like something. It's like pretty much stretched over like multiple weeks and multiple platforms, and it was kind of like ridiculous and very emotionally draining for me. But I went through it because it felt like something that was really important to do, and the reason I'm crying today is because honestly, I think I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken based on what I've learned from the debate. I don't even know how to say this. I guess I'm heartbroken because it feels wrong. It feels Liam, go hug her right now. It's fine. I want to have a bit of physical space right now. I think it feels wrong to say this in out in the open. There was something. I have things I've been meaning to say to this guy, but I been postponing reaching out because I wanted to finish this piece first before doing that. I'm not even sure why now. Why is that even so important? It's ripping me apart inside. I'm not knowing, not really being sure what he thinks about certain things that I just need the answers to, like what? Gotta fight this guy? Don't. Answers like what? Should I say it? What is the meaning? What does love mean to you? What does morality mean to you? I feel like I need those answers. Like I need the sun to come up tomorrow, but I don't really want to. um he does anyone here just get that feeling where you really you don't really want to reach out to people because you don't want to feel like you're imposing on them? I feel that way a lot with this person because I think that I mean less to him than he means to me. And that's fine. I don't require anyone to feel I don't expect anyone to feel a certain way about me, but anyway, I guess that's basically why I'm all beat up today. I've done a lot. I've done a lot for this person in the past, or tried to, and I guess I'm not I don't know if I did it thinking that it had meaning, because on the assumption that this person and that everyone experienced love the same way that I do. But having gone through that debate, I'm not so sure anymore. And while working on this piece, I was wondering, like, is this going to mean to that person what I want it to mean? Or is it just going to be an empty gesture because of conflicting beliefs and beliefs, and just even I don't know, beliefs and viewpoints, I guess. Talking I don't want you to fight this person, because they've done a lot for me as well, and talking to this person, I don't get the sense that, how do you say this? When I am able to hear this person's voice, I don't get the sense that he is so aloof and even heartless as he sometimes sounds in writing. So I want to believe, but I'm so confused. Anyway, I think that about sums it up. Yeah, I should probably talk about something else now. Let me just take a minute. I think I do need some water after all. After reading weeks of the replies all the way to York, I feel like I can't say anything. Like, I think I know, but it's just a guess, and if I'm right, well, my morose ass ain't got anything good. I did want to talk about that, the discussion, actually. And, this is neither here nor there, but, should I say this? No, if I read that comment out loud, I'm going to start crying again. Even though this might, like, I think even though this has the chance of making things more awkward, I think I would, like to try to get into the philosophy I wanted to talk about today. There was some, and it's kind of funny because I feel like lately, each time I've done philosophy streams, at the end I'm like, oh, that was so much work. That was so exhausting. I'm not gonna do again. I'm gonna do this again next week. I'm gonna take a break and you know, come back to this, you know, some other time when I am, I don't know, just better rested and more ready. And then I end up just doing some philosophy in the very next stream, which I feel probably says something about me. But in any case, wait, what? Wait, I don't understand your most recent comment. Only until the next cutie hits the DMs, and who knows how divided one's time could get. I'm wrong a lot. I don't understand what that means at all, honestly. But so not last week, because last week I did not have I did not have a chatting stream last week. I believe it's the first week since my debut that I didn't have a chatting stream, but but the week before that, I for the first time, I did a reading of a Substack article I put out on stream, and it was a sort of reflection on the like Valentine's Day debate that I had with Axion on his channel, which covered the topic of the moral status of monogamy, which for anyone who needs a reminder is should I just call it his pet issue again? I feel like if I say that every time, it starts to sound derogatory, and I don't mean it in that way. But in what I want to say is typical fashion for philosophers. After I put out the article, he very kindly left a comment on it, and I with a lot of difficult challenges and questions that gave me a hard time responding to, and then I responded to it, basically kind of explaining and explaining my position further. And over the course, I think of like the next 2 weeks, like something like incredibly ridiculous, it spawned like I think like a 13 comment long like thread, like written like debate. And I wanted to go over it quickly now because I feel like 2 weeks ago, when I wrote the article and I did the stream, like I don't think I really did a good enough of a job sort of capturing what really the crux of the debate is about, like what the tension is between the two different sides. And basically, this has been driving me crazy for weeks, and I want to like open this up to you guys to help, like, to comment on, because okay, how do I say this? Okay, the debate over whether the part about like debating debating like whether like monogamy is moral or not broke down after a certain point, because we realized we couldn't even really agree on what morality was, or at least that seems to be what's going on. But that's something that I feel like everyone probably has an opinion on, and probably, you know, and has a stake in, and can comment on whether they're a philosopher or not. So like that's where you guys come in. I basically want to like I want to try to like demonstrate to you like the two different sides, and like you guys tell me like which side makes more sense to you. It doesn't even have to be my side. I just want to stop feeling like crazy. I just want to stop feeling like I'm going crazy from the like uncertainty of like not knowing, because I feel almost like I'm being like gaslit. Like, not that anyone is like gaslighting me intentionally, but that's how I've been feeling, and it's I want this feeling to be over. So, wait, fuck, I didn't let me hide this. Maybe I'll draw somewhere later. For now, Tara says, philosophers starting on one issue and ending in another. How unexpected. Yeah, you got it. Okay, so okay, wait, first before I read anything, before I say anything, I just want to show you how long the thread got. Look at this. Look at this. That's me. That's my comment. Look at it. Did you believe it? We're not even halfway there. There, reach the end of the page. See, so I'm not going to read all of this, because like all of this, every single word of it, because you guys are writing essays in your comments. It's because we're philosophers. Semester long reading material. No, so I'm gonna I've been reading it for weeks. My eyes went, wait, what? Okay, like I on the one hand, I appreciate that, but like there's a part of me that appreciates that, but I'm also like, why? Like, no, like who else is like, no, like nobody told you to do it. Like you don't like, you're not obligated to, right? But since you have, I mean, now apparently now that you have, in order to not let your effort go to waste, you might as well like, give me your thoughts on it, on what you read. Now I'm embarrassed. No, don't be embarrassed. It's good. I'm proud of you. You should be proud of yourself too. Because and also Komi says this is too deep for my STEMmy brain. Is that how that reads? STEMmy brain. So the reason I'm not going to read all of this out is because it's just going to go over most people's heads, I think. I think like it's like, no offense to you guys, I think like it's safe to say that like most people like are like wouldn't be able to like appreciate like all like the full nitty-gritty of it all, because this is nerdy stuff, right? Like this is the equivalent of like I don't even know what the equivalent of this. I'm trying to find like an equivalent in like art or music that I can compare it to. I can't think of one. Maybe that's just how nerdy it is. But instead, I'm going to try to summarize like what I think is like the heart of the matter, and try and just ask you about that. It'll be kind of like a simple like am I the asshole question. Yeah, I don't even have a STEM brain, so I don't know if my input is positive in any way. But I just, come on, bro. I just told you this is morality. Look, Axion himself. Axion, tell him like what do you always say about like the great thing about philosophy is that it deals with questions of great import for everyone. Everybody should have an opinion on morality, on what morality is. Come on, even if it's not the most well articulated. Anyway, wait, let me bust out my notes. Unfortunately, they're in my notebook and I didn't put them up on the computer, so I'll need to spend a minute or two trying to decipher what I wrote, as always. Alright, so... I'm gonna try my best to explain this and hope it makes sense. I'm not confident that it'll make perfect sense to everyone who's like a non-philosopher. As Zero says, I have an opinion, but I don't think it brings comfort to people. Well, and honestly, because of how long ago of the York thing, and he's one thing, but 6 years, bro, and you're still on it. Wait, what? I think we're getting off the mark here. Let me just continue with what I was trying to say. Should I actually like close? Maybe I'll just hide this window. Wait, I'll hide this window for a second so I can write on the easel. Maybe that'll help. Maybe while I'm writing. Or actually, what should I do? Or I should, okay. Wait, I gotta put this back on, but then hide this so I have full space to write with. And I'm gonna do, red is for me, and I'm gonna write. Okay, I'm just gonna YOLO it, and if it's bad, we can fix it later. Yeah. Nobody is. Let me be careful and have this not go on top of my head. Oh wait, yeah, yes, I put it on the back layer. So, but then my name is a bit cut off by chat. But we'll I think we can live with that. To relationships. And then the opposing view is how do I say this? I don't want to like put words in people's mouths, but it like that's sort of, but like that's a risk you take when you try to like boil down what is like a nuanced I don't know 20-page paper into a quick soundbite for easy digestion. But you know what? I'm just gonna go for it, and the person to whom this pertains is in chat and is able to defend himself if I go wrong. So that's, you know, I'm not trying to do anyone dirty here. My handwriting is getting worse because I feel it is very hard to write quickly and neatly on a screen. Having weird line break, having additional I told that wrong. Additional partners if you love them. Is that part necessary? Actually, I think this probably works better. All right. Who's he? Am I the asshole? Which one of these incredibly just boiled down like minimalistic like ways of stating these viewpoints do you guys like resonate more with? Like which one of these makes more sense to you? Like which one of these like just readily aligns more with your intuitions? Like you don't have to like think about it too hard. Just like which one of these is like, yeah, this is what I understand to be like morality. Am I the asshole? Honestly, this is neater than I could ever do on a stream. But yeah, my opinion isn't a good one. I didn't ask. Okay, but I asked you. I asked about your opinion on the morality. I didn't ask you to psychoanalyze anybody. I was really hoping to get some takes here in order to move the discussion along. I can help provide a bit of, honestly, your boy. The fence sitting. You know, see, mean, that's the problem. Okay, when that's the problem when you try to like. Okay. But the thing is, like they when phrased in this way, they both seem like reasonable positions, but yet we couldn't agree, and that's because like when you no longer try to like trim off all the extra branches and you try to look at both of these views in their full nuance, I feel like, you know, some tension arises. Zero says like, yeah, it's a more sort of strict from relationships, but also no one is entitled to a relationship. Monogamy was always a social construct, just like land ownership. It's just a logical rule to help society as a whole and to make things fair. We don't live in a logical, fair world. Alright. Like, I don't know, there aren't conflicting opinions to these aren't conflicting opinions to have. Okay, let me explain like sort of what made them conflicting. At least that was sort of what unfolded during the debate. The argument here, like Axis' argument is that, okay, how do I say this? I don't want to do anyone dirty. Like I don't want to say the wrong thing. Okay, so let's sort of just like imagine a scenario where let's say there's person A, person B, and person C, okay? And person A and person B are already in a relationship, and let's say it's like a committed relationship. It's not like they just like started dating recently. They're in a relationship that has so far been monogamous. And they they've basically, so let's say they've been together for a long time. They've come to rely on each other a lot. They're basically family to each other. And then one day person A meets someone whom they find to be just as nice as person B, and this person was supposed to be person C, right? And then person A says like I want to have like an additional relationship with person C. Like I want to open up the relationship and be you know, polyamorous and have an additional partner in person C. Now, I guess Axis' position has always been that in this scenario, person A, or no, what? No, not wrong person. Person B. Why am I forgetting the names that I made up? The person B should allow and like not restrict person A from pursuing a relationship with person C, essentially because person C. No, wait, what am I trying to? I'm getting confused because love is a human good. Love is good. And if you love your partner, you should want them. You should let them have good things. You shouldn't restrict them from having good things. As long as the stream doesn't derail into NTR. Hang on. What about this is NTR, dude? Love is fucking peak, probably. And when it's, I feel like when it's phrased in that way, it sounds like common sense. It's a view that has a lot of like internal logical consistency, and it's kind of like hard to argue against on the whole. But I have a concern about it. Now I'm going to try to illustrate where my concern is. If it were poly, even then both A and B would get a say. Wait, I can't, the OBX, I can't, like, my eyes are, like, now becoming too tired to read from all the way from the other side of the screen. If it were poly, even then both A and B would get a say. A, open relationship, always for swinging, and no prior agreements. I like the idea of both A and B getting a say, because my concern is that what did I walk into? I honestly at this point, what I want to say is just, you know, sit back and enjoy the ride. Or should I try to give context? You know, how do I do that for someone who has no context? Okay, basically, I was recently in like a 2 to 3 week long debate with somebody, and on whether monogamy is moral. That broke down because we couldn't agree on what morality was, and now I'm trying to open up the discussion to chat, because I am going crazy thinking about this by myself. Okay, this is, how did I say this? Okay, this is where questions of what is the meaning of love, and like what is morality come in, because intuitively I feel like it would be wrong to, I think ultimately, like, it would be wrong for person A to move on to a poly relationship without person B's consent. But I feel like under this, I feel like under this view, blue view here, person B should not get to have consent at all. They should just be like, basically let person A have whatever they want, with like, unless there were like special concerns, like person B, or no, getting it wrong again, person C is like a really horrible person or something like that. And to me that just intuitively seems wrong, because I guess I know that firsthand from one being, yeah, if person B doesn't contest, then even consent, yeah, that's probably a type, consent, then even in a poly that's cheating, yeah. But But the view here is that person B doesn't really have a lot of justifiable reasons to not to consent without being immoral, and I have concerns about that. And the concerns come from my intuitions about love as a child abuse survivor, and also as someone who has been in a long-term relationship for 11 years. That has been like really profound, like how do I say this, like just like really fundamentally, really profoundly responsible for why I have been able to heal and make so much progress as a person. Were person A and B originally monogamous? Yes. So yeah, you I mentioned that part I think before you popped in, but yes, that's right. And then so yeah, what my life has taught me, and not just my life uniquely, but in sort of certain not just my life, but in observing, you know, the lives of other people, as well as there is also empirical evidence that supports this. Love is not just like a good in the sense of like how you would understand like a product, or it's like love is not good. Love is not like good or valuable in the same way that like in the same sense as like a product or a commodity. Like love is valuable, I think, because it fills a biological need. It's more like food. It's like food in air. And then if you sort of like if you frame things that way, then blue view, I think, makes like a bit of less sense, because like my experience with love is that you know, when you have two people who have been in a committed one-on-one relationship for many years, they become attached to each other. And there is some neuroscience about this that I could... Should I read this right now? It's gonna be embarrassing. I kind of wrote this thinking probably like mostly only one person was gonna read it, and like I don't think I saw myself reading it on stream at the time, but I feel like what I'm gonna say like will not be as effective if I don't go over this. I'm gonna start here. So here's part of one of the comments I wrote from the super duper ridiculously long Substack discussion. I have a hypothesis that I should if I'm doing this I should pop this back up. I have a hypothesis that what everyone calls love is actually experienced differently by different kinds of people, and there is neuroscience that could back that up. For instance, levels of the hormone oxytocin affect one's capacity and desire to bond with others, with women generally having higher levels than men to facilitate childcare, while the size of the amygdala is associated with fear sensitivity. Considering how much I love babies and stuffed animals and that I'm an anxiety-prone child abuse survivor, it's pretty safe to assume that I have high circulating oxytocin levels and an active amygdala that drive me to seek out and maintain emotionally intimate relationships and thus feel secure in the world. Cursed fact about the amygdala. Chronic fear in early childhood can actually cause the amygdala to arborize and take on an exaggerated shape and function in the brain. I learned this from The Body Keeps the Score, and it's unclear to what extent it can be reversed. In contrast, you strike me as having a much less active amygdala than average. You don't scare easily in games compared to Karis and me, and loyalty and order don't seem like important values to you. All those are natural variations on the human experience and could logically influence our perception of what love is. With that in mind, I think that we ought to question the pretense that right, and then the paper's primary proposal, and then I found this paper. I was trying to do research on the possible connection between monogamy and attachment. I found this one paper on Phil Papers, and I read the abstract and I saw like Harry Chalmers, and I was like, whoa, like what are the odds? But it turned out Axe as already knew of it. It wasn't such a surprise for him. But that is the paper in question. The paper's primary proposal is that the romantic attachment we have with our partners as adults, at least in some cases, fulfills a biological need for security, just like the attachment we have with our parents earlier on in life. To me, this is a common sense argument, given that it encapsulates the truth that I felt all my life. I feel like I might be too embarrassed to read out this next part. Call me clingy or weak, or for feeling this way if you like, but I've wanted someone to sweep me off my feet and marry me ever since I was a little girl. It was my personal lifelong dream, and it came true. If I were forced into a different living arrangement, I wouldn't be my real self. My purpose in saying all of this is to try to illustrate how love can fill a need, a biological need, rather than just being like a luxury, a luxury product. Like, what am I trying to say? Like a need versus like something that's optional, or like a luxury product. Because when we try to like lots of things are good for people, right? In life, there are lots of different things that are good for people and that make us happy. But I think it's really important to distinguish between the kinds of goods that are like non-negotiable, like food and air and enough human connection that we, feel like safe and like don't die of chronic inflammation, and as well as benefits that are like extras, like luxuries, such as getting a yacht or a 10th yacht, or maybe an additional relationship. That kind of brings me to something. I think it's okay to transition to this now. I'm going to go back to Clip Studio Paint. I'm going to hide this. Also, LOTL. I don't know if there's a better way to pronounce your name, but it says, that's very sweet. Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to know it's sweet and not just cringe, but, does anyone remember who was here last, not last week, but 2 weeks ago, when I tried to write out my definition of what fairness is, and I fell flat on my face because I thought I could find it in my notebook, and when I checked it wasn't there, and then I wasted like 20 minutes like looking for it, and then I just gave up in the end. So good news today. I guess what I have come prepared with. My own definition of fairness, which I wrote out like this morning. Was it last night or with this morning? I don't know. And I'm gonna share it with y'all now, because that is, it is relevant to this discussion. Trust. Wait, I need to. This is the move tool. I need the brush. Wrong. Wait, I need to make a new layer. And what the? Oh, it's too high. Why you do this? Okay. Fairness. I can't promise that this is a definition of fairness that you've ever seen before, or that has been any dictionary anywhere ever before. And if a bunch of people, especially I don't know, professional philosophers, all dogpile me and say like, this doesn't make any sense, how could you say this, then that's just as well. But you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, and so I don't like how that looked. I think I feel like I'm writing a bit too big, but I have a tendency to write large. The prevention and Alleviation. Actually, please tell me alleviation is a word, because if it's not, I'm just gonna play the race card and be like, tôi không biết tiếng Anh. Senseless. This is a horrible looking, like, text block. Oh my goodness. So much. It's like the word suffering is sticking out from everything else. Senseless suffering via the respecting of what? Individuals like you and me. Individuals. I don't like. Come on. Individuals. Rights. Rights. And this is a big word. Contingent. Not gonna cut into my my body. Wait, no, actually, because I put this, it won't, because, but it might be hidden. Yeah, it is. Contingent needs in order of most good. It's not going to be cut off by the, or it's not going to it's not cut off, but it's not going to like overlap with the border. Most to, or wait, it might if the next word doesn't fit, or the last word doesn't fit. Most at least, because it's the last word is a long word. Fundamental. And now you can probably, there's not a lot of words in the English language that start with funda, so you can probably know what word this is, even if it's partially hidden by my body. You got this, Tia. Thanks for the encouragement, Zero. All right, and I hate how it starts off with bigger like font, and then like it just gets smaller. Oh well, whatever. Anyway, there you have it. This is Lady Justice's first ever attempt at hashing out personal definition of fairness. And now commence the criticism. Here's one. Web of Concept says, wouldn't this definition of fairness make having life unfair? I mean that when you have children, you risk them having a miserable life full of senseless suffering. So, but okay, but it's a risk. It's not like a guarantee. Like, you know. Like, I mean, sorry for starting with a critique. It's not about definition. Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate that. And hello, by the way, welcome. I mean, I guess by having children, you can't really like violate the rights or fail to meet the needs of like someone who doesn't exist yet. I think like what matters is like what you do for the child once it is like, you know, formed. Like if you have a kid then and like abandon it, then you know clearly that would be a violation of a person's and especially a child's right to be loved and provided for by their parents. That's how I would I don't know, respond to that for now. Anyway, okay, I swear this was supposed to connect to the monogamy discussion. What was I saying before? Oh, and haha, it's supposed to be the ending of axolotl. Axolotl it is. Okay, gotcha. So Animals rights. Wait, I need to flip the page. Here it is. So this, I feel like this I don't may or may not be controversial because I feel like it sort of runs against the current of like what has been I don't know, you might call it like mainstream morality in the West for the last at least couple hundred years. I sort of touched on this a little bit in my capitalism stream, where I said that capitalism is capitalism's sort of like morality, like a definition of morality, like as its foundation. Without that foundation, like it would not exist. It would be undermined, and that's why I feel like I, as a moral philosopher, like, you know, like I like what am I'm losing words today because I'm crying and upset and stuff. I'm like I there's something I can do about capitalism. That's basically it. And that foundation in question being the only like individual rights, and like kind of the only person you have obligations to is really yourself, and you're sort of an individual is sort of entitled to sort of like kind of like an unlimited pursuit of happiness. I feel like that's the moral framework that's sort of like undergirdles, is that a word? Capitalism? Are we trying to get to the bottom of whether monogamy is immoral today? Yes! Yes, because I don't know how much you've been around lately, but because Axe and I had a 3-week long discussion about it, spanning multiple platforms, and I just want to get to the bottom of it for a lot of like personal reasons, and to try to accomplish that, I am getting you guys involved. So you're welcome. I guess I'm kind of scared that the blue view of the blue like the yeah, the blue view here is sort of like reflective of I guess the kind of morality that says like, you know, you're not beholden to anybody, and you can like you can, you know, chase after your own happiness, buddy, and anyone who tries to stop you, they're the one being like immoral, like, you know, rah liberty and stuff like that. At least it's hard for me not to interpret this view in that sort of light. But I could be wrong. I could be missing something here. My concern is that under this view, anyone who says, you know, no, I'm actually not comfortable with my partner, getting another partner would just be automatically branded immoral, and I think that's unfair because there are many possible reasons why someone would not want their partner to get an additional partner, and I think it very much matters the reason, and we need to know what that reason is before we can just make a blanket statement like, you know, restricting one's partner from like having additional partners is immoral. I feel that hold on, I gotta look down at my page for a second. Okay, I feel that my interlocutor all this time has made an error in sort of summing up monogamous people's objections to monogamy as just stuff like a bunch of cultural values that, like, you know, if their partner has like an additional partner, that means they're not good enough, and which, you know, creates a feeling of like insecurity and jealousy, and that's where like all of the reasons for wanting a monogamous relationship come from. And my experience is, I think that's I don't think that really like vibes with what we know about neuropsychology. I think that it's a view that lacks an interdisciplinary sort of understanding of human nature. Because what I think is that love is, especially like certain kinds of love, certain kinds of relationships, like between parent and child, and between, you know, and between like lifelong partners. It transcends. It is no longer just a luxury. It's no longer optional. It becomes like non-negotiable. It's like a biological need. People, when you have a romantic partner that you've been with for years and years, not one that you've just dated casually for a little while, you become like attached to that person in a way that causes like grief if you were separated, like grief that can even cause, you know, illness and be deadly. And that person is basically no longer just a lover. To call them like a lover would almost be would almost be insulting that relationship. It would almost be cheapening it. It would be doing it a disservice. It would be, I think, in a lot of ways more true to the reality, true to the matter, to instead view that person as family. And I think that because I, you know, speaking for myself, I very much see my husband as family, and you know, which even if for those of you who haven't been in a long-term relationship, you could probably imagine at least a little bit, considering my husband and I have been living together for 10 years. You know, what is that if not family? And especially in my case, because I'm sort of a little bit estranged from my birth family, it makes my relationship with my husband all the more sacred. And it's not just me. Some of you here are probably already aware of this, but so on Karis's I know this girl named Hannah. She's one of Karis's. She's part of Karis's community. Karis being another philosopher VTuber, and she's been talking about this for like nonstop for like the last like 2 or 3 weeks, so it's probably like okay for me to like use as a discussion point here. I highly doubt she would mind, but her boyfriend of 5 years broke up with her the day before Valentine's Day this year, and this is not something I'm gonna forget anytime soon, because I swear like the rest of us like in the community spent like the next like week comforting her in the venting channel. But she really deserved it, you know. She really needed us, because like come on, like 5 years, and you could hear, you could pretty much absorb the significance of that through her words. You know, she herself professed that it like, you know, she like her ex was family to her. His parents are pretty much her parents, and it just felt like losing a family member, and that's just it's just devastating beyond words. It's not like losing, I don't know. It's not like losing your keys or something like that. Her ex was terrible though. Yeah, but that, I mean, that sort of brings us to like I mean that sort of touches on like, how do I say this? I think that like all the more lends credence to the idea that love, to the notion of love as a sort of a biological attachment, rather than like just purely as a good, as a like a luxury good. The fact that you can become dependent on people who are actually like bad people, like it just shows like the power of how like it's not like a conscious decision, and it's not like a luxury good like having a yacht or having 10 yachts. It's like a part of you. It fills a need. Oh, hi May, hi Viking. I'm talking about the 3-week-long debate I had with Axion on monogamy, and trying to find out which one of us is the asshole. That's pretty much where we're at right now. All this is to say that like relationships come in different tiers of like importance to oneself, right? Like not all your obviously like not all your relationships are equally important to you. Like probably like, you know, at the top of like and like at the top of the list of like people we have like responsibilities to include like your children, if you have children, your you know, your spouse or other, you know, like long-term significant other if you have one, your parents, provided they're not like abusive asshole, they're like, you know, normal caring parents. And then after that come like your friends, probably like old friends before like new friends you just met, and then after that like acquaintances and like neighbors and coworkers and then like total strangers, right? So if you that's basically to say that I think the question of whether person B should be, I guess, like morally expected to give consent to person A to like give their or I guess consent to person A's pursuing an additional relationship depends on like whether their you know, relationship with person A fills like a need or not, and like the extent of that need like determines like how much, how often, and for how long person A can be with person C before it begins to be basically deprive a person B of what they need. And so it kind of comes down to sort of an empirical question at this point. I want to pull up. Oh my god, how am I gonna find it in all of this? Should I use Control F? Oh no, never mind. I found it already. Wait, I see some comments. I would agree, but if love feels a need, then you should not be entitled to a relationship. You're not entitled to a new relationship in order to fulfill a need that you don't have. I'm saying that if you are already attached to somebody through already having been a relationship, then it would be like cruel to suddenly deprive them of the thing that fulfills their need. I hope that makes sense, because like I feel like what you're saying is like, but like person B isn't entitled to the relationship with person A either. But the problem is that person A, like we're presuming in this example, they chose to marry or otherwise like commit themselves to person B long term. And that's how this attachment has formed. And there's this certain expectation that person A will be there to provide for person B's, emotional needs, whatever that they can't provide for on their own. Because, we all need something from other people, right? And, I think it's fair to have that sort of expectation for a moral responsibility, because that is a relationship that person A chose to walk into and chose to commit to with certain terms and conditions. It's not like and like unless unless like on the rare exception that they were like tricked or like into or forced into marriage or something like that, Lottle said, I always thought that a relationship is about consent and respect of boundaries. If a relationship started monogamous, it takes both parties' consent to make it poly. I would say that is probably the common sense view, but my interlocutor's view here is I think the emphasis is on by default, a person A should give consent if they love person person B should give their consent if they love person A, because if they love person A, then they shouldn't want to stop person A from having more nice things. They can get another partner if they want. Just don't expect me to be there when I get back. See, everybody. This is what I thought would happen, although I didn't want to assume. Like, this is the common sense view that like I've been trying to say the same thing. Like, nobody is entitled to relationships, so. If person A, so like I'm saying that like if person A wants to be with person C, they are free to do that, but person B is not forced to like hang around there with them in a relationship that leaves them unfulfilled. They should be free, if they're experiencing like emotional neglect, to leave and be with someone who actually fulfills like their need for romantic attachment. But the blue view here is that if person B does that, then they're essentially like punishing person A for just trying to do things that makes that make them happy, and that's unfair. And to that I said, like, I don't know, like you don't have like that's like a moral bar. Like, the moral bar is not set that high in any other area of life. Like, there are lots and lots of things that are good for humans, that maybe humans arguably should have, such as education. But all the same, it's not like I'm entitled to attend like a certain university, right? We don't say like, it's like immoral for the university to restrict me from getting an education there. Like that's weird, right? Like we don't set the bar that high in any other area of life. Like, I feel like, I don't know, like to me it feels like almost like you'd have to first reinvent our cultural conception of morality before advancing this argument. And then I feel like that's where the discussion on monogamy started breaking down, and it started just becoming like a more like a meta discussion about morality. And wait, I think there was also a point earlier that I abandoned midway, and this is sort of where my definition of fairness comes in, because my interlocutor said that you can't really understand like, I guess, what immorality or something to that effect purely. Maybe I should try to look for it. Wait, actually, what the? Okay, in what order should I say this? I'm getting mixed up. Sorry, this is like actually challenging for me, so I really appreciate everyone like listening and sticking with me. Maybe I won't do this right now. Let me think. Okay, I think I got it. So, fairness. Let me actually read this out. I haven't read out my own definition yet. Let me make it official. Fairness, the prevention and alleviation of senseless suffering via the respecting of individuals' rights and contingent needs in order of most to least fundamental. And then I was told something, and I'm gonna try to pull it up. What? Where do I find it? Okay. Sorry, I'm just scanning this thing in front of me. I'm not sure how to. I'm not sure how to. I can show you what part I'm looking at right now. It's this, and I'm not sure how to summarize it. It's like if I don't think it would be like good stream wise to read all of this out. All right. Well, okay. I should probably just catch up with chat. Maybe that's for the best. Oh. Wait, okay, I'll start from the top. Say the person was single, they could set their boundaries, telling people, I want this or that type of relationship, but in this case, there's a long agreement about the relationship's boundaries. Just to suddenly change the agreement, there isn't a moral issue, they aren't trapped, divorce is an option, and find a relationship with boundaries you prefer, and you're allowed to change your preference, but after so long, it's more unfair to the other person. But after okay, no, I read that wrong. You're allowed to change your preference, but after so long, it's more unfair to the other person. It wasn't just a BFGF relationship. Both parties went into the chapel thinking forever. Robo. You are speaking out the echoes of my heart. That's what I was trying to say. I don't know if I was understood, and that's why I wanted to ask you guys. I feel like I felt like I started going crazy. I'm like, but like what I'm saying? I feel like it's so obvious. Like how do I make this make sense? I feel like I'm being asked to prove why the sky is blue. Like and. And then I asked, I asked Axion basically like, do you think maybe you're just wired differently? And he kind of like he insisted he wasn't like offended per se, but he was like, I think this is like really what did he say? I think it was actually above. No, it was further above. It's like never. It's a maneuver with a seriousness I'm not sure you fully appreciated. Like making me. I'm not. What am I supposed to think when everyone else gets it and Kyle York gets it and like there's one Axion who doesn't, and I'm not trying to be rude. I mean, it's also possible that I probably didn't see this because I edited one of my comments, I think before after you read it or initially. Where the fuck is mine? It's up here. Is it? Maybe not. What the fuck? Where did it go? Wait, huh? I didn't know. It was out. No, it was actually below. Where am I looking? Actually, now I'm so upset. I forgot what I was looking for. No, wait, I found it. It's what I put forth really so offensive. I too am, to some extent, a slave to my flesh. So, like, I'm always entertaining the possibility that I could be the weird one, especially as a child abuse survivor. Like, we all know I have brain damage, right? So, like, I have maybe not not like within the debate on monogamy in particular, but in other when it comes to a lot of other topics and other areas of life, like I have frequently found myself to be like the only one in the room who has like a different opinion from everyone else, and it's just, you know, it has many times dawned on me the possibility that like I'm just wired differently from everyone else, and it would just be kind of like a waste of time to try to, like, I don't know, to keep fighting over it, you know? But okay, I should continue catching up with comments. Let me finish reading Robo's. The moral aspect to me is more about the agreements or lack thereof, no strings attached, and having the duty to declare intention, especially when it involves physical contact. So yeah. Once again, I was thinking that all of that was fair and common sense. Like, a relationship is basically, and this is one of the things that was argued in the paper I mentioned on monogamy and attachment that I mentioned a little while ago. Like, a relationship is just basically, it's not a right, it's a privilege, right? Like a romantic relationship, that is, like, you know, you're not entitled to get one from anyone in particular, but you know, you go into it with having set up a bunch of terms and conditions, and if someone agrees to it, then it's sort of implicit that, like, okay, the relationship only stands as long as the terms and conditions go on being fulfilled, and like you know, but then if the terms and conditions are no longer fulfilled, like if person like B, for example, signed up specifically for just a monogamous relationship because that fulfills their need for like romantic attachment, then like person A, you know, too bad for them. You know, hope they can be happy with person C instead. Now, having said that, I want to say I can still see the reason behind the blue view, like the because I was told like, but like even if like person A isn't even if person A isn't entitled to a relationship with person B, isn't it still like morally better for like person B not to cut off person A for superficial reasons? And like honestly, like I think I get that. I feel that. And I think that's where like the definition of my definition of fairness comes in and is relevant for this conversation. And it is actually this sort of ongoing conflict, or this that inspired me to put my thoughts to paper. Basically the I think the part of this definition that is relevant to this discussion is the last part. Contingent needs in order of most to least fundamental. So basically what for me what morality is, of what like the goal of like the goal of like what morality is, like the goal of like moral behavior is to avoid violating people's rights and also meet their contingent needs. The word contingent meaning different people have like slightly different needs, like like broadly speaking we all need food and oxygen, but like on an individual level we may need slightly different amounts of food. We might have different attachment needs. Some people are a little more clingy, some people are a little more distant, and all of this has to be factored in when we're presented with a question of how to help people and how to avoid senseless suffering. And so when it comes to the moral status of monogamy and the scenario with person A, B, and C, I guess it all hinges on how much does person B need person A, and then so it kind of comes down to like kind of like an empirical question of like, how do you tell when someone has like a need that like an actual need that like would justify like restrictions and things like that. I wonder what y'all think about this the definition of fairness. By the way, I know a few people have commented already, but maybe just to expand on it further with an example. Let's say that there are two starving people, and they have the same appetite, and there are two slices of pizza. How much pizza should each person get? And the common sense answer would be one slice, right? Two people and two slices. They're equally hungry, so they each get the same amount of food. But what if there were two slices of pizza and two hungry people, but one of them was like, I don't know, like a sumo wrestler or something. They had like an absolutely like enormous appetite, and the other person is like a light eater. I was considering saying the first person is me and the second person is Axion or Karis, because apparently it's been established that I actually eat a lot for my size, and the both of them are light eaters, which made me question if I was a real philosopher, because I seem to buck the trend. But anyway, in that case, I think it would be fair to allot more, at least slightly more pizza to the first person, the one with the bigger appetite, and the light eater should be like okay with this, knowing that the person A has like an authentic, like greater need for food. And so that's just to give a little background on my view on all this. And so when it comes to, so like again, once again, person A, person B, and person C, it is possible that there is a mismatch in attachment needs between person A and person B. Like maybe person B is more emotionally clingy and needs person A more than person A needs person B. If person B like really needs person A around to fulfill a need, I think it would be wrong for person A to go off, chasing their own happiness, because they signed up to be the emotional provider for person B by saying their vows at the chapel, like Roho said. If they didn't want that kind of commitment, they could have just not done that, because that was something they walked into knowingly. If they I think that you can understand that in the same way that I think most people now, like a lot of people nowadays, especially us young people, would think it like probably distasteful for like a very wealthy person to buy like a 10th yacht when there are like like starving children all over the place. It's that kind of idea, right? There's like a triage of needs. Respecting needs in order of most to least fundamental. So then the need for person B who is highly attached to the need of person B who is highly attached to like have their one partner around, it has a higher moral precedence than the need of person A to have like a side fling, which is more of a luxury, like a yacht. They're not like equivalent. I hope I'm making sense here. And this is something that has been intuitive to me since like we began this debate like 3 weeks ago, and I've been just having like a hell of a time like racking my brain, like wondering like why am I feel like I'm being asked like to prove that the sky is blue. Like why isn't this making sense? Why is why is this not resonating with the person I'm talking to? Why? Because I feel like and then that's led me to actually try to like articulate like my like underlying like moral intuition into like actual like words like this to try to add structure to the conversation. So at least even if someone else still disagrees with me, at least it's clearer why. It's because there's just like a bedrock disagreement as to basically what morality is. And then so from here it kind of just comes down to like the empirical question of, okay, so how do we know that person B is like really suffering or is really like being neglected without person A like having enough of person A in their lives, and rather than they're just like like having irrational beliefs like, oh, I bet like person A like doesn't like love me anymore at all, is gonna like ditch me for person C, because like I can respect what my interlocutor is saying, that there are sort of like irrational reasons to restrict person A's options, and granted, my interlocutor has a lot more experience as a philosopher than me, both in general and when it comes to conferring with different monogamists on this issue. And I think that our tools there include empirical evidence and as well as empathy. So I think that when it comes to something like the philosophy of love, we would be remiss to try to navigate this terrain without some familiarity with neuropsychology. it kind of has to be in like an interdisciplinary exercise, and there is compelling evidence that that like love is you know, like we know that like all kinds of like, you know, hormones and brain chemicals are involved with in love, in how we you know, experience love. And so you know, there is a compelling argument to be made that you know, like theoretically, like you could like pop person B into an MRI and like scan their brain and be like, oh, like they are really in a bad way without person A. Maybe person A should not be, you know, chasing this other flame, you know, just theoretically. And then our other tool is empathy. I think that how do I say this? I don't wanna sound rude to anybody. So most people thankfully have empathy, right? I think that's fair to say. You guys were first able to tell that I was sad at the start of the stream and then responded in a way that sort of was appropriate, knowing that I was sad. And that's because you have empathy. I have empathy for you too when I try to, you know, comfort people in my chat who show up sad in any way and have sad things to share about themselves. And I think that's how we can tell. I mean, like once again, when between person A and person B and person C, if person A really loves person B, as you know they should, I think they should be able to see with their own eyes whether or not their actions by maybe spending a certain amount of time with person C is causing person B to experience, like, you know, suffering. And I think that if that's, you know, they should be sort of on the pulse of person B's emotional state, and if they can sort of perceive for themselves that person B is suffering, then I would say that they have a moral responsibility to scale back their relationship with person C for person B's sake. And if that's just like an out of the question, then that's being you know, lessening the relationship with person C, then they should just, like, you know, like set person B free and let them be with someone who actually, you know, respects them. I think that, like, actually that sums up my, like, what I wanted to say about this today. And now you guys can weigh in, and I'm gonna catch up in chat finally. So basically we started out with laying out these, and then I explained how do you exactly navigate the disagreement between person A and person B. And then I introduced my definition of fairness to say that actually, you know, we should prioritize people's fulfilling needs over chasing luxuries, even though they are both types of goods, and that empathy and empirical evidence will help show us who needs what. All right. Hey, Axe had a comment back here. Everything you've said about love and attachment sounds like something I could grant. I'm still a little sure of how it helps justify monogamy, though, insofar as all this provides any justification for restricting one's partner from additional partners. Wouldn't it also justify restricting one's partner from having friends and hobbies? Okay, I think I'm thinking that this was sent before I finished explaining what I just explained, but like the relevant difference is that you don't have a romantic attachment to your friends or to your hobbies, right? Like, again, I'm saying, like, there are different categories of good. There are good things that you, like, need that are non-negotiable, like food and air and family and security, and there are, like, and then there are luxuries like yachts, like 10 yachts, or you know, additional relationships. So that last one is a bit more kind of in gray territory, because some people may actually have a need for multiple, to be polyamorous, the same way that some people have a need to have like a very secure attachment, and then either way having cultural norms that either like a monogamy or polyamory are unethical, like unfairly punishes those people. And there I think there is I covered this in my original article, but I think there is like empirical data to suggest that just, you know, different people are wired different ways. Some people are wired for monogamy, some people are wired for polyamory. I guess that's not like the main point right now. Alado says, I think the blue view of love is inherently different. They seem to assume a partner's love is always locked at a certain level and is completely unconditional. Is that what the view is? I wouldn't be surprised if it was inherently different. Yeah, you can't do meth. Oh, I'm the bad guy. That's kind of also what I was thinking. I also see a robot, the Tia Translator 1000. It is kind of what's happening here. You get me? Like I mean, because at least intuitively, I feel like people are entitled to not want to like date someone, not want to be with someone who does, like, for any number of reasons. Like, I don't want to be with someone who isn't a vegan. Like you know, and like I get that, like. And I get that some of those restrictions could actually be just really petty and unfortunate. Like for example, if I want, it's like if someone said like, I don't want to like date someone who is like under 6 feet tall, then that's like kind of crappy and like not something I would like endorse. But the difference there is that like dating someone who is like a certain height probably doesn't help fulfill your romantic attachment, and so that's like not like a justified restriction. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Boundaries, and you are begging someone who's already agreed to a contract with one else to break the contract. I get Axe's point. Is this resistance? Is it? I don't know. Part of me agrees, especially for child rearing, that it isn't this. Yep, you and Axe solve this debate. Thanks, Zero. Honestly, I'm still unsure if I understand either side. I'm at this point. Me too. Robo, blue view of love would be more expected from a parent, I believe. What do you mean? Like having like restricting your child maybe from having like friends, or you know, or something like that. Is that what you mean? It takes different strokes. It takes different strokes to beep boop. Is that a song lyric or something? It takes different strokes to different folks. I need all the food. Dude, it's kind of immoral to not be someone's friend. Family, if levels of physical contact aren't allowed, we could probably guess his views on contact with family. Okay, I've got to put my foot down here. Can we just avoid a cheap psychologizing? Like, let's not like mix like psychological like attacks on people like you know like that are like not really like key to the conversation. Like, let's not say like, oh, because you believe this thing you must be this other horrible thing, that's the only explanation. Like, nobody wants to be spoken to like that, so let's not do any of that. Justice for sumo wrestlers. Sumo wrestlers have a job to do, so they need the extra weight. And then Axe also said, here's one question that comes to mind for me. In this hypothetical relationship, is person A allowed any time whatsoever for himself? If so, couldn't person A spend part of that time with additional partners while honoring his commitment to B? I think that's like a good question, but I think like a way to understand this. Anyone here remember Mr. Cuddles? That's the like thought experiment stuffed animal that I brought up in the live stream debate with Axe. And as Axe said, because Mr. Cuddles, like everyone can sort of like relate, almost everyone can relate to the to the idea of Mr. Cuddles. We'll use that. The difference between person A having time to like themselves, but not being with rather than being like with an additional partner, is like the difference between Mr. Cuddles being in my room, but I'm not currently playing with him, versus like loaning out Mr. Cuddles to some like stranger I don't know. I hope that sort of illustrates things like those two things. If you're looking at it without the framework of like attachment like science, then it seems like they're the same thing. But when you sort of bring attachment science into the mix, having a person like around but like not with another person is like offers a lot more security than like them like they're being like not nearby at all. And to provide the needed level of care. It's not always, I feel like once again, I have this feeling like I'm being asked to explain like or asked to prove that the sky is blue. I was like, because when you say the commitment to provide the needed level of care to person B, it's not always about like active care. It's not like it's not like purely about like person A being like, oh, I need to like, I have this like to-do list of things I need to do to like make person B feel secure. It's more like their presence passively is like beneficial for person B's experience of like safety and security. The way that what am I trying to say? The way that I lost my train of thought. The same way you can understand like for a small child that having their parents nearby but like not currently playing with them at the moment still offers them a much higher level of security than their parent being like in a different house or just being with just being in a completely different location or like being with different people. And this is something that actually has been like documented extensively, not just like when it comes to human children, but also in other animal species. But why does the absence of romantic attachment to friends and hobbies matters? Thought the lack of romantic attachment means you won't spend as much time with him as a romantic partner. I really mean no offense when I say this, but it's when like there's really no offense. Like I mean this as a friend and I mean this affectionately, but it is when you say things like that make it believable that you are an actual alien, like in your lore. Because like nobody else is asking me within these questions. Even today, once I've opened this up to everyone else. Everyone is just this is what I've been trying to tell you. It's not just it's like everyone else is just like, yeah, that makes sense. and I don't blame you for this, because if this is just how you are, like, then, which I don't know if it is, but if it is, then it would be cruel to blame you, right? Just like it would be cruel, it would be just as cruel for someone to blame me for I don't know, for like I have an unusually like once again, I have nobody cares about as much as justice. Nobody cares as much about justice as I do, right? I have never in my whole life met somebody who cared as much as I do. And that's why I wear this symbol on my collar. I feel like in some ways I've earned it. I feel like it's appropriate. And I am lucky. I'm really fortunate now to have people like you and Karis who I would like to think not merely tolerate my passion and at sometimes my fury, but actually like praise it. But that wasn't always the case. I've been in situations where the lack of the sort of people experienced my strong sense of justice as a negative oddity, like an inconvenience to them, and they just be like, bitch, tone that shit down. Like, they wouldn't even recognize it as a source of strength and moral value. And despite all that, I don't think that for the life of me I could ever turn off my sense of justice. Like, just for the sake of blending in with other people. This must be how my brain is wired. I'm just as weird as every other philosopher seems to be. Because when I think about what it might be like to try to turn this off, to ignore my moral intuitions, it just all feels wrong. It's like my own body is screaming at me to stop. So I think that there must be a biological component to all this. And I think that there must be some potential for everybody's unique wiring to contribute to moral value, including, the people with whom I disagree. Because evolution selected for this. It must be good for something. We just have to find out what it is. Anyway, I think that kind of took us a bit afield of the main discussion, but I feel maybe I don't know if it went too far there. I'm still trying to answer this question because it's once again giving me the feeling. Tell me why the sky is blue, and tell me how you know like the sky is blue, and I'm just like, well, you see, well, it's like, I feel like what you're trying to say is like, if you're spending, I think what you're trying to, correct me if I'm wrong, I think what you're trying to say is like, let's say if you spend 1 hour a week with, if person A spends 1 hour a week with person C, their new paramour, how's that different from spending 1 hour a week with a friend or just doing a hobby? Maybe in that case, like there's no difference. Like what matters more is not like the type of activity, it's the amount of time spent on it. It's just that due to the nature of like what romantic attachment is, is this point even really relevant? Like I feel like person A would be more likely to spend more time with their with person C than they would with a friend or a hobby, but obviously that's like not set in stone, so I feel like I'm so close to making my point here, and like my brain is just not letting me. I'm not gonna try to. I'm too tired to like. I will elaborate when further elaboration is requested. I'm gonna move on right now. Web of Concepts said, I think we just intuitively treat romantic relationships differently because they are romantic. Sure. I mean, I think that sounds about right. But I think as philosophers, I think we feel a certain obligation to try to get to the bottom of these intuitions. Like, what is it called? What is it called when you have like there's a word I'm trying to think of, and I don't think like like, I guess like axiom, is that the right word? Like, to try to get to like the bottom of those like as much as we can until it's like, I don't know, it's like it's actually impossible for us to get any further. I feel like that's what's going on here. And Lotto said, yes, I mean the kind of love where no matter what the other person pursues, you're expected to love them and stay in that relationship. I would expect that more from parents, kind of love. Oh, that's the kind of that's the kind of love we were talking about. Yeah. This is okay. This is kind of like why I brought up the question of like maybe we're just wired differently, because you know what, he's here to defend himself if there's an issue with what I'm saying. My interlocutor is, I think, probably the happiest and most morally developed person I've ever met, to the point where, knowingly or not, and it's probably not at all conscious, just by being himself. I don't think like how do I say this? Just through through sheer virtue of being himself, like without having to try for it, I think it causes him to come across to people as aloof, because he's like, it's like he's so far above us all, looking down at us from his ivory tower, and it's not as though he intends to do that to people, to look down on people and sort of like lord his superiority over people. But I think that is nevertheless how it can come across. That's why you have to like ask the question of like, are maybe we're just wired differently, because the rest of us are kind of like sitting down here on the grass looking up at him, like not being too sure what he's talking about. And because most people, because he's, I say this because I hope it's not like really unfair or uncharitable for me to say this, because by his own admission, these are based on his own words. In the live debate with Kyle York, I distinctly remember a moment in the debate when Kyle was like, I'm totally paraphrasing here, but it was like you like so okay, like so if you knew that like person, let's say you're person B, and if you knew person A would be happier without you, like you would just like kind of like be completely happy to like let them go with person B and like not really feel any other way about it. And he was like, yeah. I was like, yeah. And then I feel like, I don't know about anyone else, but I could kind of like see the like, not confusion, that's not the right word, but something. I can't put a name on the emotion I'm looking for. Like it's kind of like confusion, but kind of like uncertainty, like brewing behind Kyle's eyes. Like, okay, I am like not sure what to say to that. Because most people aren't like that. The vast majority of human beings, we have attachments, like, and it is like not immoral for us to have attachments, because having attachments helps us like survive. It's helped the species get to this point. Like, I don't like, and like they're not in of themselves like a bad thing. I don't think that it's something that we need to like work on and get rid of. I think in many ways it's something that affords a certain kind of like a beauty and artistry to the human experience, and so it's not like redundant or superfluous, or it's not, or vestigial, maybe that's the word I'm looking for. But this person is the exception. I mean, he seems like he doesn't have attachments. And he is 100% free to correct this if in fact I'm spouting libel, but I just get that feeling because of his writing, and just because he's just so when I think of other people who don't have attachments, I mean, all I can really think of are like monks, right? Like monks in the Tibetan mountains, and in many ways he seems just about that tranquil as a monk. And from the very start, I've always deeply respected him for that, but I really just don't think that most people can or will get to his level. And I still think that the rest of us, you know, everyone else should still be cared for and have their needs met, even if they have, you know, more needs or different needs. I think there was another comment here I wanted to address. I think it was like Web of Concepts said to play Axis advocate for a bit. Unless you are psychologically restricted to be miserable in a poly relationship, wouldn't it be unreasonable to expect your partner to not be poly? Or maybe their brain is wired poly, so unless you two are wired monogamy, maybe accommodating them is right. That's something I was trying to address in my original article. That's why I said that, like, good practice in forming in dating should just be like to state your poly preferences up front at the start of the relationship, or at least before you like commit, before they get married and stuff, to make sure like you're compatible. Like same as with like children, because like some people are like not suited to be parents, but other people really want to become parents, like, and for them that's like really important. And so since people have like are just different compatible, and neither one of those is morally like more correct or superior over the other, all you can really do to avoid like disappointment and heartbreak is to just try to pair up with someone who has the same preference as you. And that's, yeah. But if you have already committed to somebody who is if like say person A is poly and is already committed for whatever reason to a person B who is monogamous, I think that then the best practice in that scenario would be either to be like set person B free, or to or just try their best to meet. Yeah, maybe just set person B free, really. wait, what else? I'd be sad. Ax says, I'd be sad that the relationship is over, though I think it'd be outweighed, at least in the long term, by happiness that my now former partner is doing better. And even if it weren't outweighed by happiness and I mostly just continued feeling sad, I think that love calls for me to want what's best for my partner, even if it were to involve leaving me. I think on that I'd agree, but yeah, I guess it's just when it comes to how it pertains to the discussion on monogamy, I think it's like what am I trying to, sorry, it's so hard to speak all of a sudden. Or what am I saying all of a sudden? I've been probably doing a terrible job of speaking all this time, but I mean, it's nice to know that you think that, I guess. Yeah, I mean, even if you are attached to somebody, like person B to person A, if it turns out that person A is just poly or is just not satisfied in the current relationship, it would be best for everyone involved for person B and person A to part ways, and just for hopefully with therapy and with with the help of family and friends, person B will be able to overcome the grief that they experience from the loss of attachment. But that, I think, is better than saying that person B is immoral if they don't stay in an unfulfilling relationship with person A who is poly, because that means the grief they experience will be ongoing. It will be indefinite, rather than being expected to come to a conclusion sometime, like maybe when they find like fulfillment in a different area of their life, like yeah. It's like the difference between like ongoing grief and like temporary grief. I don't know if that makes sense. I feel like I have this thing, especially when I am like mentally in rough shape, where when I'm about to say something, I'm like, oh, I'm cooking. I'm gonna make such a great point, and then like I say it, and then after it's done, I'm like, man, that made like no sense whatsoever. Why did it come out that way? It's the losing of those forever plans you make throughout the years, the surprise of it all being over because they wanted you in the world but you just wanted them. I think Robo, like it's like it's just like webset, like Robo. Wait, what was it? Robo the Tia translator 1000. Like I think you have like for whatever reason you just like really have similar intuitions on love as I do. Maybe we also have like maybe certain similar experiences. Web says story of my life. Everything sounds better in my head than when I express it. Why is that? That's so messed up. I want everyone to think as I want to sound as smart to everyone else as I sound to myself in my own head. That seems more fair to me. I also feel the need to address this. Robo said, I'd like to apologize. Tia is right. I was just lashing out and being petty, but you made Tia cry. Not cool. Okay, I gotta break this down into multiple components. First of all, I believe I have I've tried to like set rules and regulations around this before. When I did the Smash collab with Axion, which was granted like a while ago now, so maybe it bears repeating, but there is absolutely no Axion slander on on this channel. I mean, obviously, it's, you know, since, especially because I'm Justice, like, obviously it's not okay to slander anybody, but just if you do it about Axion, I'm going to be especially pissed off. That means we're not going to, stereotype or, you know, stereotype him on the basis of being a white man or on the basis of being someone from Tennessee. You know, nothing like that. The reason I need to, that might sound like oddly specific. The reason I'm saying that is because I foresaw like that being the kind of VTuber who would almost inevitably attract viewers who were like politically mostly like politically like liberal slash left more so than right wing or conservative. That how do I say this delicately? Like there could just be certain well, just, you know, stereotyping like certain kinds of people is a bad practice from the left that I have witnessed firsthand and that I don't want to carry over onto my channel because my channel is not the place for that. I'm gonna make like unequivocally I can't speak, unequivocally clear that I find that sort of thing unjust and inappropriate. And then the other thing is that Axe did not make me cry. I cried because of like he's not to blame. Like, you know, I'm he's not responsible for how I feel. So let's not say it that let's not frame it that way, please. Yeah. It's funnier. It's funny. It's only funny if you say that Kara's made me cry. Like the time that I was watching his stream and I cried because he was it was technically happy tears because he was saying really unexpectedly just positive and really generous things about my debut stream. It just like overwhelmed me since I was, you know, having a lot of like anxiety and stuff. Anyway, yeah. saying Kara's made Tia cry is okay. Unfortunate, gotta go. Thanks for the kind words and for the stream. Very interesting. I did want to ask. I mean, I shouldn't. I regret talking about that stuff. I wanted to ask you, where does the fucking debate stand now? I wanted to get to the bottom of this so I could stop feeling crazy. I'm like I want all I can think of saying right now is like, are you gonna VC with me like maybe like later this week? But that sounds so fucking parasocial. Okay. Okay, well, I'll say this. At least, imagine it just comes down to you two having different definitions. That's what I'm trying to find out. I mean, maybe. I feel like that's not clear yet. What is love? Like, how do you experience love? And like, what is morality? How do we define morality? We could just have different definitions when it comes to both of those things. And now I still can't find out because he left. Okay. a lot of the things that I was saying today were things I was planning to say in private, but it looks like nobody is mad at me for having said it, so that's good. And even if not all my questions are answered, I will say that just discussing it out in the open with a lot of you, it has helped me. It has helped me give it has given me at least some sense of closure. I think I do feel a lot better now than I did at the outset of the stream. It is really nice to know that there are people who there are people who just have the same intuitions as I do. Again, I don't think it's because I need people to like agree with me to in order to like you know, if I have like just a wrong philosophical view or anything. I just want like the assurance of feeling like I'm not crazy, like I'm not just being gaslit, like I'm actually like I'm like cooking something. Like I just want like the more like emotional reassurance that comes from it. Nothing immoral about that unless your preference are hurting people who don't want to be hurt. Yeah, that's kind of where I am, but you know. As we know, Axion is an alien from the edge of the universe who has taken human form to blend in with humanity. That's why he has such strange intuitions on various things. That's all it is. And by the way, I really appreciate you are taking the initiative to apologize to Axe. So no hard feelings on that. All right. Hopefully, just going forward, we all know what the standards are, and that's all that matters. Okay, I wanna. It's funny because like what was I trying to say? All this like the serious philosophy talk, I was originally planning to save it for the end of the stream, because I felt like I wanted to start it off with the more lighthearted stuff, because that was the mood I was in when I was planning this stream a few days ago. But especially when the man of the hour himself showed up early, which for which, by the way, I forgot to compliment him, because I'm hoping that by giving him positive reinforcement, he'll do it more and like not become like a nocturnal gremlin. Anyway, but since we did the serious stuff, like there are a few I guess more lighthearted things I wanted to cover before we end off. If you look in the description of the stream, it's sort of like a half tongue-in-cheek itinerary for all the topics that I wanted to, or that I was at least considering going through today. No guarantees that I'll cover them all, especially since we've devoted a pretty long amount of time to this segment, owing, of course, to my being in a poor place and just, you know, talking slowly and stuff. I wanted to say a few. I felt the need to say a few words about that freaking cursed collab between Axe and Karis. Was that last week? I think that was last week. For some reason, it feels like ages ago. It feels like 2 weeks ago. That was last week, wasn't it? The Monster Prawn collab on Karis's channel. I have a couple things to say about this. One is actually a behind the scenes glimpse. So originally, Karis and Axe actually, I think Karis floated the idea of playing Monster Prom as a multiplayer collab, and he floated the idea of like. It was I think it was like initially like opened up to all three of us, so I had the chance to be a part of it, but I said that it like wasn't really my thing, because I feel like should I talk about why? Like I think like just aesthetically the game is like not my thing, but also because like I'm married, it's kind of, it feels like off-brand for me to play like a dating sim, you know? Like everyone knows I'm married. Like my husband appears on my channel regularly. Like how like does that fit in? Like I don't feel like it fits in. Like if when Karis and Axe do it, then it's like funny. But anyway, yeah. So I dissented, but Axe was like, yeah, I'd love to, and then and that's how that happened. So in an alternate timeline, I could have been a part of it. But I don't know, it just feels unbalanced because like I have a long-term relationship, so I'm like there's not actually like the tension or the humor that comes with like haha like single person tries to like stop being single, you know? It's like not the same. Anyway, so I just wound up being in the audience for that stream, and those of you who were there at the time, you'll know YouTube was going through a very interesting bug that day that caused, I spoke about this briefly last week as well, but that caused actually I feel like putting my drawing back up because you guys like that and said nice things about it. I gotta go, make people need me. Take care, y'all. Bye, Web. Thanks for coming in today. Yeah, YouTube was having a very interesting bug that day that caused like all comments, that caused like English language comments to not go through in chat. So the only things that went through were like comments with just only emojis, or as we later discovered, only much later discovered, non-English comments like Japanese or like Chinese and stuff like that. But at the beginning we didn't know that. We thought the only things coming through were emojis. So we started like, okay, and so I have to talk about what was happening like behind the scenes. So we noticed that we started talking amongst ourselves on Discord in the Library of Alexandria, you know, Karis's Discord server, and then like I think it was Zero who said like he must be doing it on purpose, like, and then he's like doing it to us, and then and then just everyone else, we just like rolled with it. I was just like, oh yeah, that yeah, like, well, how dare he do this to us? How dare he censor chat? You know, he's always up to these kinds of things. And that's why I started putting in chat. I put like justice. I put like the scales of justice, like axe, and then like fire axe, and then like chair emojis as like a kind of like threat with like double meaning, because axe also doubles as like you know, obviously axions, so it's kind of like philosophy, but yeah, as kind of like threat just for fun. And I like also I told everyone on Discord to like also spam it in the chat, and then everyone started doing it. And then it later turned out that it wasn't on purpose. It was just like I think like after like 20 minutes, like Hannah came and said, was like, oh guys, it's actually like a site-wide thing. It's not just Karis. And we were like, oh. But like, to be fair, like, you shouldn't, if you don't want it to be believable when people are saying like accusing you of doing like bad things, then like don't do like bad things normally, and that makes it like believable. It wasn't him that one time. It was kind of like that. I also saw like people got like real creative with the emojis during that stream. I saw Robo. I saw what you put with the chair donut, axe, hot dog, and it gave me like very conflicting emotions, because I was like, on the one hand, this is like actually objectively like funny and creative. Like I really admire the creativity, and on the other hand, I'm like, these are like my friends, and I like don't want to think about them that way. This is really awkward. And then someone in Discord, I think it was Lackey, also put like Zero made like a discussion thread on Discord, like just like to like as like a substitute for the normal like YouTube chat. And then like I think like Lackey put like he did a similar like he did something similar. He put chair. No, it was like axe top, chair, bottom. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. He cared so little, that's why I thought it was him at first. Exactly. It's like so in character for him. Like why would we have any reason to doubt it when someone comes along and says it's Karazu's fault? So that was fun. Also, I actually, this is bad. Okay, I really have to go to an idol meeting right now. It's like bad because like, it's like I'll probably like end stream in like not that long anyway. So I wanted to like wait, but it's gotten to the point where I can't think about anything except idol meeting. I can't even speak. So BRB. Hi, I'm back. I should be much more able to speak now that I no longer feel like I'm going to explode. This is probably gonna be a quick note. I don't feel like dwelling or devoting too much time on this at this point. Oh, welcome back. Oh, thank you. Robo, I think like a week or two ago, and I think it was it might have been during one of the Metroid streams, though I might be mistaken about that. I recall you were asking me if I've ever had like a tarot reading, right? I think that was you. I can't remember exactly which stream that was. I think you asked me that out of the blue, and I was like, oh, why do you ask? And you said you've just been interested in it recently. So, by pretty much sheer coincidence, Estella from Karis' community recently hosted a tarot reading session in the Library of Alexandria. So I think like she announced it, like it was like announced I think like at the start of the weekend, and it took place on Sunday. after the Philosophy collab, and I was aware that she posted one, an initial one, like way back in October, before I even started streaming, right? Before I became a VTuber. I was still pre-debut, so I knew it was happening, and I was like really tempted to participate, but I felt just like it wouldn't be right. Hello, I'm new. I'm just French, so if I don't understand everything you're saying, I'm sorry. For some reason, there's a part of my brain thinking that this is like a troll account that I should probably ignore, but salut, je parle un peu de français. Bienvenue. Comment ça va? I'm really sorry. my French is like super fucking rusty. It's so bad. Oh, merci. Ça me fait heureuse. Ça va, et toi? Comme ci, comme ça. How do I, oh wait, it's a perfect, what? No, seriously? I'm trying to say, okay, you know what? It's actually probably better to just speak and risk like messing up, like even if like risk it not being perfect, and rather than to just like not speak, you know? And like it's like, you know, broken French is better than no French. So, je suis canadienne et je l'ai étudié le français en école, mais j'ai oublié la plupart. Welcome and howdy. What, bro? Welcome and howdy from the United States. Sorry about the orange. It took me a second, and I was like, that orange. I was like, at first, at first I was thinking about like the fruit, because you're from Florida. Like orange is like the state fruit of Florida, right? Isn't it? So I was like, wait, what's like so bad about oranges? And I was like, oh wait, not that kind of orange. That's pretty actually. What's pretty? The orange are like the French. Those are the only two candidates I can think of. But you speak French extremely well. Merci. Je ne sais pas quelle dire. That's pretty good actually. My French. Oh, are you also a French speaker, Lotto? The problem is I've studied it in school, but I'm just out of practice, so I'm not fluent anymore. It's because I'm trying very hard to make sure like the sentence that I'm about to say is like grammatically like okay before it leaves my mouth, because I don't want to sound stupid. Wait, I think I was. Oh wait, wasn't I in the middle of talking about tarot? So yeah. So Estella tarot reading. So okay, there was an initial one in October that I didn't attend because I hadn't. I was just like completely locked in my debut, and I didn't feel like it was a good time to ask about like my like I don't know, to have my fortune read, because it's like, well, my immediate goal for the future is to become a VTuber anyway. I should just focus on that and then, you know, maybe see after that. But the funny thing is, Karis apparently had his fortune read for the stream, and apparently it was actually in the coming year in 2026, it like around the start of 2026, he would like form some sort of like business partnership. And for those of you who know, guess what happened with Karis in 2026? It's at the start of 2026. He became a part of philosophy, and so after that was announced, like everyone in the library was like, oh, like how was the fortune like so accurate? Like everyone was just oohing and awing. So that was really cool. But anyway, Karis, and then Estella held another session just this past Sunday, so 2 days ago, and I decided, you know what, I'm not really all that superstitious, but I do like the sort of maybe like the creativity that goes into things like tarot and astrology. Even if like I don't, you know, even if I'm not like, you know, into them myself, and you know, even if like there may or not be any sort of anything scientific behind it, I still think it has a certain like creative and like artistic value. So I was like, you know what, like I want to try it for the experience. So I signed up. I didn't have to sign up, but I showed up to the event, and I was like told by everyone who was there already, like Zero was there and like Hannah was there, and I was like told, and, like a few other people, and I was told like, oh, you need to have like a question prepared, because like that was what we also had to do last time. We had to like ask a specific question and get our reading done like for that question. I was like, oh, I thought we would just could have our like futures, just general future read. So I tried to think of a question. But then Estella came and she was like, oh no, actually recently I learned how to do a general reading, so I can offer those if you guys like. And I was like, okay, yeah. And then I was the second person to go, and I was like, yeah, I'd just like you to do like a general reading. And then I was told it actually went on for a while, like an hour, and there were like pictures. Should I show the pictures that Estella sent me? That could actually be cool, but I'd have to track them down and load them into OBS. In the meantime, wait, I can't. Can I read chat and find pictures at the same time? That may not be possible. I'm not seeing them. Am I even looking in the right folder? I hate how disorganized I can be with files sometimes. Like, I have like a lot of different folders for things, but then like each one also has like hundreds of files in it, so I don't think it's in this folder. Then where is it? I know I saved them somewhere and I can't figure out where. I could re-download them from Discord, but I have to search for it. What keywords? I don't even know. Maybe I should just give up and I can show them in a future stream. Maybe it would help explain. But it would help explain. It would help. The problem is that it would provide a visual for what I'm trying to say. That's why I want to do it. If I talk about it without the visual, then it won't be as effective. It'll just get confusing. It's really not in this folder. I thought I saved them here. Okay, let me think about what keyword to search so I can find the conversation again. Oh, I got it. I thought of it. I'm so smart. Alright, here we go. Okay, let me try to find mine. And then, okay, I'm downloading it right now. And, okay. And then now I'm gonna start putting it into OBS. No. Yeah. It's loading. Okay, wait. There we go. It's probably, yeah, that's way too huge. I gotta put this behind my face. Like that, and then also shrink it down a little so you can see the whole thing. Oh, that works pretty well. We should make it a mini bit bigger than this. Actually, you know what? No, never mind. So... Oh yeah, tarot, I know like how to read. Mom showed me, but she never read me or herself and told me I was forbidden from playing with them or reading anyone. That's crazy. Did you ever find out why? Oh, Berserker. Hi, Berserker. I made it for the end, and she still never showed off the cookies you made. So maybe there's still time. Oh, I forgot about those. Thanks for reminding me. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I did promise to show them. And I forgot. I didn't, sorry about that. Oh, now I'll show Berserker's cookies too. At least one of the pics, since that's been requested. I'm gonna just change the source file because it's just easier that way, and I'm lazy. Come on, load. Oh, come on! It's taking so long. Okay. There we go. So those are the cookies that Berserker made, which have absolutely nothing to do with the prior topic of this conversation. But the context is that not last week. How long ago? Almost 2 weeks ago, on the 22nd, it was my viewer Berserker's birthday. So he made cookies for himself, except he started out with a dough, and it needed to be, I think, needed to like sit overnight, so he couldn't actually make and eat them like on the day of his birthday. I think he posted these pictures the next day. Apparently they tasted good, so yeah. Anyway, I guess I said I would show these on stream and I forgot, so my bad. The cookies getting tasty, I think it's probably supposed to be looking tasty. For some reason it says getting tasty. And yeah, Berserker, you missed some, I want to call it important stuff. I'm just gonna let you know there's no obligation to catch up on it, you know, obviously, but there was an important discussion that happened in the first 2.5 hours or so of the stream. If you wanted to catch up on that, but it is nice to see you. Yeah. And I like to think one of them is for my birthday too, because Berserker is so cool. Absolutely it is. Yo, you guys are being, I like seeing the two of you being bros. It's just nice. It's nice when guys can have that sort of like vibe with each other like that, instead of being like being nice to other men is gay. Secret is browning the butter and minimizing added moisture. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess if you want to get that texture, that's a nice tip. Robo said she told me if I read anyone or myself without enough training that she wasn't going to give. I could set someone's life in a new random direction, not so much read it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. So she taught you, I guess, partially how to do it and not completely. That's what it sounds like to me. So yeah, I was still trying to talk about my. Okay, I have to take off the cookie picture now because I'm just recycling one source file instead of just importing new ones. I was lazy. So this was the result of my initial, like, just general reading, and I was told, please nobody make fun of me for this. Just please go easy on me. I would resent any accusations that I am somehow an immoral actor in all of this, okay? Don't read into it like, you know, like please don't make some, like, you know, unwarranted assumptions off of this. But you might find this a little funny after all that I've been talking about earlier in the stream, but I was told that Estella said that she saw me with 2 other people. One is like a romantic partner who is like maybe looking to settle down and start a family, but like I am like not sure about that because like I'm kind of like maybe just like, you know, focused on my career and stuff. And then the other person is like a business partner, and I am just a business partner, and I'm basically I'm like focused on this person, and so the other person maybe feels kind of like maybe a little bit sidelined, and it's kind of like hey, I'm here, I'm still here, remember? And yeah, and then I was told that, and I was like, okay, like I feel like 80 to 90% of that is like eerily accurate and resonating with me. And then I asked like okay, well maybe I still want to get some career advice, because I was initially thinking that if I had to ask I had to get my fortune read, like just for I just like my fortune had to be like an answer to a specific question. I was thinking of asking about my career, like, you know, am I gonna be like, how am I gonna be successful this year, and like what do I have to do? And like I went for a general reading, and like nevertheless like the topic of my like love life came up, and I was like, okay. And then I thought like, okay, well, if I am just gonna, okay, but if the outcome of my love life has to do with like involves, you know, how my career is gonna go, because like how well, okay, like to give a bit of context that I provided during the session. I think I would like to eventually, I like children. I think I would like to eventually, you know, start a family. But I just want to feel like, I have like, how do I explain it? Like, I have like something going on career-wise before that happens, and I feel like I don't really have anything right now. So obviously, So that means like the how like the like my romantic future is pretty much like depends on how my professional future is gonna go. So I thought like, well, okay, in order to settle this, I need some sort of insight on my career as well. So then I next asked about my career, and I was shown a different fortune, which I thought was really cool looking. And Estella said that she found it to be really cute. Oh wait, fuck, I have to download the picture first. And then also in response to hearing the thing about like me and 3 people, or like me in a group of 3 people, Hannah said philosophy polycule confirmed. That made me laugh. There was also this, I'm loading it up now. There was also this picture. This was the one that came up with regards to the question of like how is my career gonna go, and she drew attention, especially to the 2 cards in the top center, which is the Knight of Swords, and I think it was the 6 of Wands, and she interpreted that as like, she explained that to me as, oh, this is like, you're going to experience your career like a battle. And I was like, whoa, that is already accurate. I am like very like, I have like a very like bellicose attitude about like I do feel like I experience this like a fight. Like I feel like I am fighting, and it's very stressful. And then she was like, yeah, you're gonna like ride into battle like the Knight of Swords, but then you're gonna like come out on the other side like victorious. Like, because the 6 of Wands illustration has like a dude, like, and like he's surrounded by other people, and they're holding their sticks high, so it's like they're coming back from battle, like, you know, with the upper hand. And I was like, that's a nice thought. Yeah, I would definitely like to think that'll be the case. And then she also added, I don't recall which part she got this from, but she was like, the reason that you will be successful in this battle is because you have the 2 relationships that we already talked about. And I was like, and also that you should not give up on either of those relationships because that would be bad for your mental health. And I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. I think that aligns with my current thinking. And then I was also saying, wait, and then the last thing was that I was, over the course of this journey, I was going to undergo some character development, and then eventually turn out like the Empress card that's in the top left, with the Empress card representing like, in this case, like, the idea is she was like, oh, like, you know, eventually, like, you're already like a leader like now, but eventually you're gonna become even more of a leader, the one who is like less like intensely like passionate and sort of like driven, like led by her passions, and one who is more, it's kind of like kind of like nurturing and trusted, like the Empress card, and like less of someone who needs to like tell other people to do things, but someone for whom people like want to do things, like people like readily like offering to like do work for. And I was like, that sounds amazing. Because I'm so overworked right now. The idea that one day I'm going to be like a kind of like a, I almost hesitate to say like mother figure, because that ages me a little, but like a more like mature and like worldly person, and you know, people are gonna like revolve around and help and take advice from. It's kind of like what this might sound a little, this might be a little embarrassing. I feel like I've always, for a long time, for many years, for years and years, I've always dreamed of being that kind of person. And honestly, I feel like through VTubing, I've already gotten a slice of that experience, a sense of what that would be like. I feel like I'm already kind of that kind of person. I feel like with a few exceptions, I've had a lot of people you know, come to me for advice, or say that, you know, I make them feel in a certain way, like respected and everything like that. And I think that's kind of like always what I've wanted to do, and it makes me really happy that being a VTuber gives me that opportunity. But to think that one day I'll go even further in that direction, it's kind of unreal to think about, but it's a nice idea. Anyway, that was the reading I got in summary. Lotto says I should go. Thank you for the stream. Take care, everyone. Oh, yeah, no problem. It was nice seeing you here for the first time. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a great day. Never mix business and pleasure. AKA got to fire Leon. I know that's for some reason I know you're joking, but like my brain froze when I read that. I think I'm too tired for banter. I think that's the issue. I'm like less funny. I'm less I feel like I'm less entertaining. Like when I'm less engaging. I'm just tired. Oh, although I guess that's pretty normal when I say it that way. But you know, what else did I want to say for today? Should I tell my... Should I do this now? Probably won't take that much more time. Something I wanted to do today is give like a summary of my life story. And the reason, like life story being like basically like just basic, like just like a quick summary of my like kind of like my childhood, especially. The reason for that is well, first of all, this was something that I wanted to avoid doing at the very beginning, like for example in like my debut stream or something, because obviously like when you're that new, I think when you do something like that, you risk sort of being defined by like the story you tell about yourself, whereas it's I think it's better to just show people who you are, like, and especially who you are in the present. I didn't want to like I mentioned that I was a child abuse survivor, and I felt like, you know, that's enough. That's all people need to know for the moment, and to go into more specifics than that would be overkill. I think, but now that it's like a few months down the line, and especially after my last stream, the last Metroid stream, when we broached this topic, and actually even for even like a few weeks before then, I've been feeling like I feel like sometime I should this is something I should do, is to give more like of a report on what my my life has been like, because now I feel like we're getting to the point where people are starting to like actually ask questions and maybe make assumptions, even like unintentionally. And what I want to do is actually like set the record straight and say like, no, actually here's what happened and here's what didn't happen, so nobody gets the wrong idea. Because I feel like we're getting to the point now where like people like know me well enough that like even if I talk about these things, it's like not gonna come across as me like throwing a pity party, because like I'm, you know, I don't do this all the time, and it's not gonna sort of, I think, disproportionately like color your perception of me, because I am because you already know me, right? But I think it is still important to set the record straight and be like, okay, this is actually what happened, this is what didn't happen, so like nobody has the wrong idea. And also, this is something that like might come up more and more in future philosophy streams of mine. And I'm thinking aspects of it will most likely come up in the next philosophy collab. So I kind of want to, you know, do this to sort of like preempt any confusion that might arise then if people don't have enough context about me. So yeah, so hopefully it makes sense as to why I'm choosing to do this now. When it comes to like what I've said about myself so far, in terms of like my mental health history, like my childhood, my background, I think all you guys know about me, like all like my life, like the only life details about me that I've shared so far, especially as it pertains to things like childhood, is that like I am a child abuse survivor. I've mentioned that several times. I think I've also once maybe mentioned that that abuser was in fact my mother. I think you guys also know that I dropped out of school, and due to health issues and personal issues, and I haven't really had a career before this. I've like worked before, but you know, it never amounted to much. And that I'm also been married, and I've been with Leon for like for more than a decade, and I think that sums up like pretty much like all that you know like about me so far. And once again, I have like avoided going into more detail than that so far because like I didn't want to like give people the wrong idea about me. Like I wanted to just you to like get to know like the real me, who I am right now, and not have that colored too much by my past, or to like come across as like I'm trying to like make people feel sorry for me. But I want to provide a little more context than that right now. So the basic like breakdown of it is this. So it's true that I was abused by my mother, and it in fact began not when I was an older child, but when pretty much day one, like pretty much the moment I was born. She when I was a baby, you know, she neglected me, and you know, both emotionally and physically. And honestly, I probably would not have survived that period of my life if it were not for my father stepping up and taking care of my physical needs. So he cooked and made food and fed me and bathed me and clothed me. Like that was all him. Like she like didn't lift a finger. She would stay up late every night watching TV and like wake up in the middle of the day the next day, long after my father and I had, you know, woken up and, you know, already started doing stuff. At that age, every day I would just wonder when I was finally going to see my mom and wonder what I had to do to get her to love me, because it looked a lot like she didn't want to have anything to do with me. After I started school, she divorced my father, and through a series of complicated events and decisions that I will, you know, like are not worth going over in detail, my father was more or less forced to leave the country. And so for most of my childhood, he lived in the United States, and I did not really know him during that time. And I want to here I really want to preempt any accusations of his being a deadbeat dad, because there are certain like biases and stereotypes against men in our society. I feel like in a lot of it's happened before in the past where I would try to like talk about my life story, and then like someone, especially if the speaker was like another woman, would especially if it was like an older woman, would interject and say like, oh, so he was like a deadbeat dad. And I would be like at least thinking to myself like, no, I don't see him in that way. The choice he made to leave me behind in Canada, I know was for him like probably like the most like difficult choice of his life, but I know that he had really very little choice, and it was a choice he made with like an immense amount of like gravitas. It was not an easy choice, and I for my part do not hold anything against him for doing this. So I don't think it was I don't think it's right to just like lump him in with like other deadbeat dads. I don't think of him that way at all. But anyway, he had to leave, and my mother was not financially or emotionally equipped to care for me. So he left me with his parent, in the care of his parents, his paternal, my paternal grandparents. So yeah, like my dad's parents, and I lived with him for a few years, and one day when I was like a little bit older, like in elementary school, my mother kind of like showed up out of nowhere and was like, I'm taking Tia like to live with me, and my grandparents surrendered me to her. Like, regardless of the fact that like they knew that she had like basically that she had like a violent and aggressive person and had like a history of like abusive behavior, they still surrendered me to her. I lived with her. She basically like carted me off to live with her side of the family, so like my mother's side of the family. Even though I didn't know any of them, I never met them before. I'd only known my father's side of the family at this point, at that point, and they were how do I say this? It was a family of psychopaths and criminals. I'm pretty sure, without having any sort of like laboratory evidence to back it up, I basically just I suspect that like the psychopathy gene runs in my mother's side of the family. Based on what I can observe. Because you know, psychopathy is just have a genetic component. It is run in families. For those who didn't know, that is apparently what scientists have discovered. My mother had 2 brothers and 2 sisters, and the 2 brothers both had criminal records. One of them one of them drove under the influence and slayed a family of 4 and went to jail. And I didn't see him for a few years, and I didn't understand why until my grandma told me when I was a bit older. And the other brother was deported to Vietnam for smuggling pot. And that was also something I didn't know at the time, and then like my grandma told me like when I was older. And neither of them ever seemed to have any remorse for any of this. Nobody in the family, including my mother, ever had any sort of remorse or any kind of that kind of emotion for any of them, like any of the things they ever did. So, in other words, it was an environment that was completely inappropriate for a girl my age, and especially a girl with my temperament, someone who is very emotionally sensitive and had a strong sense of justice. I was a total outsider. I was and like and she had like cut me off from my father's side of the family. I didn't have anyone there that I knew or trusted, and like not that things were perfect with my father's side of the family, because they were very they're very like traditional, you know, traditional Asian values. So they have like there's a lot of like unpacked trauma and a lot of like really problematic cultural beliefs, like Confucian beliefs, and that I won't go into right now. So so I have trauma from my father's side of the family as well, but they weren't like outright abusive, at least. Whereas with my mother, basically for about 7 years, from the time that I was like around 7 years old to 14 years old, I was isolated with her, and it was pretty much hell on earth. There was mostly emotional. The abuse was mostly emotional. She would get home every day and start screaming at me for something, I don't know, something she felt that I did wrong. Every perceived mistake that I made, she would scream at me for, instead of like, and take out her anger on me, instead of, you know, maybe trying to, you know, see things my way. Everything that I thought and felt that was different from what she thought and felt was wrong. I was just left to feel like I was just like walking on a minefield, you know. Those of you who any of you who have been, if anyone is listening and you've been abused, you know what that's like. And I honestly, and there was physical abuse too. She beat me, and even some mild sexual abuse. And I wanted to kill myself. I really thought about it. And it feels like the only reason I didn't was because at the time, at that age, was I just felt like I would be letting her win. And I was maybe it was just my sense of competitiveness. It was because of that I'm still here. It's just somehow I felt like that would be letting her win, and I couldn't have that. When I was 14, after a particularly vicious beating, I told my teacher about it. Long story short, she ended up getting arrested and went to jail for a week for an unrelated reason, but ultimately faced no consequences for her abuse of me, legal consequences anyway. And I lived out the rest of my childhood. There wasn't much of it left. Once again with my grandparents, with my dad's parents, but they were completely unequipped to deal with an emotionally unstable teenager, and I faced more trauma and ill treatment there until just about a month before my 18th birthday, when I met Leon, and we moved in together for when I was still in school. And yeah, the takeaway, the main takeaway is that I spent about half my childhood with my mother, the other half with my father's side of the family, and experienced trauma in both of those places the whole entire time. Although my mother was just like the particularly like you know, singular like abusive figure, like, you know what I'm trying to say. And all that time I didn't have any friends, any role models, anyone I could trust. I was really skeptical if I was ever going to be happy. It was an insane amount of hell looking around me and seeing that everyone else has parents and they just have no idea what I'm going through. Like they just can't relate. And it is this kind of life, this kind of experience that has informed my views on morality that I've elaborated on earlier in the stream, because I just I feel like under the traditional or like current like mainstream view of morality, nobody has any obligation whatsoever to an abused kid, right? Like maybe if you happen to know on the off chance that you find out that a kid is being abused, then sure, you have like a certain like legal and moral obligation to report it. But what if... But the thing is, nobody who could have helped knew what was happening to me, and yet that doesn't mean it wasn't happening, right? And what does that mean for our society right now? It means that there are right now at the moment, you know, children being exploited in unspeakable ways, and just because it's not happening, just because we're not seeing and hearing it, doesn't mean it's not going on. But we know that like inductively that it's happening. And does that not give us some kind of like moral obligation to do something about it? Under the current view of morality, it's more like, well, you just have to like avoid abusing people yourself, and you're good, and that's enough to be moral. But that doesn't really help account for the fact that we live in a system that helps, enables, and permit these things. And under that belief, it just means that, you know, children and other innocent people will suffer, and you'll just shrug your shoulders about it because they're technically strangers to you and you don't have any direct responsibility to them. And I just think that's wrong. I think that a system or a belief system in which like people like me, like the child I used to be, are just it's just basically like too bad so sad for them. That's not a system that I can get behind. And that's something that I started noticing growing up, that there's just really something really wrong with our current moral values, in which things like obviously, like most people would say that it's, you know, it's wrong to abuse your child, but at the same time that there's like no, you don't have any responsibility to help like a victim who has been abused, or to prevent their suffering, because like most abuse goes underreported, right? I guess unreported, I should say. Like abuse is in general is underreported, and so the current belief system would be fine if we lived in a system in which every abuser was known and went to jail, and then a trauma could be prevented. But like that's not the case. So instead, like that's why I think I was asked someone asked me some time ago about why I want to change the definite definition of justice, like why that should change at all. And I don't know if I'm really making much sense about it and trying to talk about it, but the answer is that I mean, this is the answer that how do I say this? It's like, sorry, I'm looking, maybe you can hear me flipping through my notes. It needs to change from just being about reward and retribution of individuals to having like a collective responsibility. It's like, how do I a collective response? Like, how do I try to say this? It's like I think that like under the current system, I feel like it's not wrong to buy a yacht when there are like thousands of homeless people in your city, because it's not like you like directly like punch them in the face or something, like like, you know, like, right? Whereas I think like we have like a moral obligation to help like alleviate people's suffering, including the poor, including the abused, even if like being moral isn't just about avoiding directly doing bad stuff to people, like stabbing them and like shit like that. It's also about alleviating suffering wherever you are able to, and that's a thing that needs to change about our society in order for children like the kind I was to not fall through the cracks. Otherwise, if you stick with it, if you're like, but the current system is fine, I like it, then that means that what you are like tacitly saying is that like you're okay with innocent children, with abused with abused victims, and with the poor and stuff going without. You're okay with that, and I'm not okay with that, and this and yeah, as I'm sure you can see, my moral intuitions are directly informed by my experiences, and I think this is something that's, in my experience, can be a bit of a hard sell to people as to why the system needs to change if they themselves have not experienced abuse themselves and do not really understand like what abuse is and how it works, because I think that makes it easier to just believe in like the just world mentality of like but sure, the system works fine, like good things happen to good people and bad things happen to bad people, like what needs to change. And suffice to say, I have a really frustrated time like when I run into those kinds of people, and maybe you do as well. Anyway, that's the story. I don't think I need to go into more detail than that. I think I just really wanted to say there was like my mother's side of the family and my father's side of the family, and I was kind of split between the two, and the whole time I was alone, and I think that's and like my parents divorced, and like my mother was the abusive one, and like my dad was actually like saved me. I think those are sort of the things, the basic bullet points that you need to know, so to speak. Robo says, that's why the whole think of the children thing, what they need to do is spend that ICE money on child protective services and have randomized checks on all children if they care so much. Yes, that's a great idea. Like randomized checks on all children, I think is actually a fantastic idea. Knowing the state of the youth, knowing the culture of like American like individualism, like I wouldn't be surprised if like a bunch of like Americans objected and said like that's somehow anti-liberty, we can't do that. But yeah. Oh, and then you also said, my mom and my bio dad knew she was pregnant, and one day she got home from work and bio had a pile of Coke on the table. She told him to clean it up before she got out of the shower. When she got out of the shower, it had doubled in size and walked out. He only reached out after 30 years to see who I was voting for. We have lived in the same state my whole life. I'm sorry. Some dudes have something wrong with them. Like, that's actually one of the reasons I think some people are just wired for like monogamy, and others are wired for like doing the wham bam thank you ma'am, because like how do I say this? I don't want to make this sound bad. Like you can never imagine Leon doing that to someone. Like, it is apparent that to him, I am like the sun, moon, and stars. Like, he very much wants this. Like, he wants to be with me. He wants this. He wants like you know, like he wants this, right? And so that's just not him at all. And I like you know, as much as you know, sadly it's not the case. You know, it's not the same for every man, but there are a lot of men who they just want that like monogamous, like committed you know, attachment. But then at the same time, like on the other end of the spectrum, there are men who are just like, they clearly do not want that. Like they just like, yeah, they just like do not love in the same way that people like Leon and I love. They do what your bio dad did. Like that's, and like I don't know why. I don't know if it's just genetics or environmental influence or a bit of both. But I think that there's compelling evidence that it's at least in part a genetic thing. Because for instance, statistics show that although both men and women cheat, I think overall men cheat slightly more often than women do, and it just seems to be like kind of like a biological thing. And I think that the solution to that is like, for guys who really want to have that kind of life, just let's make polyamory more socially acceptable, so that they just like go do that thing with people who also want that thing, and don't like trick people, especially women who want a committed relationship, into like whatever that, you know, like that bullshit. And not the most classy and elegant way of explaining things, but I'm sure you know what I mean. Berserker says, thank you for sharing all of that. Must have been difficult for you. Well, thank you for saying that, and thank you for listening. You too, Robo. Aww. Robo said, I grew up thinking my stepdad was my real dad. Was devastated when I found out. Oh no! Roughly how old were you when you found out? My stepdad stepped up big time, and still does even after mom passed. But cop stereotypes aren't wrong. I'm sorry about all that. I'm sorry about the it must have been I think a real betrayal when you found that out. I'm sorry about your mom passing as well. Yeah, anyway, so now you guys have like a fuller picture of what happened. So in the future, if this ever becomes like relevant in a sort of philosophical discussion I'm having, like if I want to say like hey, like my experience like in this area, like here's what I've seen, here's what I've heard, here's what I've been through, and here's like this is like evidence that, you know, this is like this things are a certain way. You can refer back to this part of the stream, and yeah, that's why I wanted to do all that. And longer term, I hope that as a moral philosopher, I can help change people's view on what it means to be moral, in a way that assists people like trauma survivors and assists the poor. And yeah, but I guess you probably already know that about me. I'm probably preaching to the choir right now. Anyway, I think that actually sums up pretty much everything that I really needed / wanted to talk about today. And I guess for now, I'll just close out by sharing my schedule for this coming week. Let me hide this. I don't think I updated my schedule yet. This is one from like 2 weeks ago. It's crazy. I'm gonna change the source image. Here's the most recent one. Robo said, oh, I can't remember, maybe 6 or 7. Oh, not having his last name was like a thing, I guess, to me as a kid. It's some famous old Polish baseball player's name, but I have my maiden name. Let me see. It's a schedule this for the week, so we're doing the chatting stream today. On Thursday at 1 o'clock as usual, we're doing Xenoblade. This will be the second last episode of Xenoblade X. And then on Saturday at noon, I think it says noon here, it's hidden behind my shoulder, but at noon Eastern, Leon and I are going to be doing the last episode of Metroid Prime 4. And is that actually it? I thought there was more. Yeah, I think that's it. And this really cute fan art of me is by Grace. It's definitely an interesting depiction of me because I don't actually what's it called? I don't actually either I don't either have like I don't either chew gum in real life or have my ears pierced. So those are two things that are like not really like true to life about me, but it's still it's an interesting artistic interpretation, and the art itself is very cute. For anyone who doesn't know, Grace is a fan from Karis's community who started getting into art at around the time that I debuted, and she started off drawing some really simplistic fan art of Karis, and then I think and then after I debuted, she started drawing me, and then really started like improving really fast. I'd like to think that maybe I inspired her to actually make her art like look good in a way that Karis didn't, so to speak. But yeah, she started off. I've been using her art for my schedules this whole time, so now she's like adding like shading to her art, and she's like and it's really impressive. Like I've really enjoyed seeing her growth as an artist, and she's even started drawing pictures of like of all three of us together, Karis, Axe, and me, and yeah, I just wanted to say a bit about that and show my gratitude, because I really think it's cool. It's really gratifying as a VTuber being able to see people like yeah, I don't know, like offer up all these like really interesting interpretations of you that you wouldn't necessarily come up with yourself. It's just so cool to see. Did I have something else I wanted to say about that? Maybe this is a sign you should take up gum chewing. No, that's not my thing. Gum isn't real food. It's weird. I've always found it weird. Was there anything else I needed to say? And Xenoblade. I felt like there was an important note I needed to make that was like somewhat related, but to my schedule, but I feel like it's the kind of thing where if like I'm like bye guys, and like I don't talk about it, and then I remember, I'm gonna be pissed off at myself. So I love the sass in that picture. I know, same, right? Like there's just so much like so much sass. That's like the vibe in the picture. There's so much feeling to it. I love it. Yeah, she also drew that picture. Maybe I'll just pull up a past schedule. She also drew a picture of all three of our mascots together. Like a utility. This is gonna be an older schedule. Like Utility-kun and Butterfly and Parrot. And this, I didn't talk about this one on stream, I don't think, at the time, but this one was really cute too. I really love this one. Especially it looks like Utility-kun wants to eat Butterfly and Parrot, as Utility-kun does, but they can fly and he can't, so... Robo said saw that, and all I thought, like, Tia's Powerpuff Girl, and she's here to kick butt and chew bubblegum, so just watch out, because she's almost out, but not yet, though. It does have, like, Powerpuff Girl-like vibes, I think. Well, let me change it back. But this one is really cute. Yeah, it kind of does. Like, it's like the eyes and the facial proportions. I can see it. Anyway. I swear there was something I had to say. You know what? you know what? It's done. I'm done. It's time. I'm gonna if there's something else, I'll just talk about it in the next chance I get. In the meantime, yeah, I hope to just enjoy the rest of this this week with you guys, and I will yeah, I don't know. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you for sitting through it with me. If you missed the first part of the stream and are generally interested in my content, I recommend catching up with it. for reasons that I feel like I just if I talk about it, it'll be like a spoiler and make things more awkward, right? So just take my word for it. Yeah. Next time, I hope to maybe share some more art with you. I've been doing a lot of philosophy lately, but I feel like I'm behind on some of the like passion projects, especially like art-related stuff I want to do. So I kind of want to spend March doing a bit more drawing than I have been so far this year. So yeah, including I wanna finish this piece and post it hopefully like tomorrow. But yeah, in the meantime, thank you everyone for watching. This was Tia Faire channel, and I hope to see you again next time.